All right. I'm calling this meeting of the Boston City Council's Ways and Means Committee to order. For the record, my name is Kenzie Bach. I'm the District 8 City Councilor and the chair of the committee. This hearing today is being recorded and live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv. It will be rebroadcast on Comcast Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and Verizon Channel 1964. You can find the Zoom link to provide public testimony for this hearing by emailing Shane, SHANE .pac, P-A-C, at boston.gov. So we ask you to make sure your Zoom handle is your full name, and when you're called on to state your name and affiliation or residence, and limit your comments to 2 minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. If you're unable to provide testimony today, you're watching this at home, you may submit written testimony or a 2-minute video for our record by emailing the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov or filling out the form on our website within 48 hours following the hearing. Today's hearing is on docket 0839, order for a hearing regarding Boston police overtime. This matter was sponsored by myself, by Councillor Andrea Campbell, who's the District 4 Councillor and also the Chair of the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, and Councillor Matt O'Malley of District 6. And we're also joined here today by my colleagues, Councillor Liz Braden of District 9, Councillor Anissa Sabi-George at large, Councillor Ed Flynn, District 2, Councillor Ricardo Arroyo, District 5, Councillor Michael Flaherty at large, and Councillor Kim Janey, District 7, and Council President. And from the administration today, we've got Superintendent Jim Hassan from the Boston Police Department, Justin Sterrett, the Budget Director for the City of Boston, and Lisa O'Brien, the Director of Finance for the Boston Police Department. As I think folks know, the city budget that was passed in June calls for a $12 million reduction in police overtime, and it's the council's responsibility to really make sure that the administration has a plan for making that savings real and effective. And so that's what this hearing is about, and it's going to be the first in a series of hearings throughout the year to hold ourselves to that standard. So I know that the administration has a presentation and there's lots of questions from councilors. I'm just going to give my co-sponsors a chance to very quickly say a few words, but we're not going to do a full set of introductions because we want to get right to the presentation. So Councillor Andrea Campbell.
Thank you, Councillor Bach and Councillor O'Malley for the partnership, and thank you, of course, to the Police Department and administration for being here today. Looking forward to the conversation. Obviously, this hearing is about transparency and accountability. So on the one hand, really giving residents in the city of Boston a sense of what our overtime budget currently is. Last year was 60 million, and I know we agreed to reallocate 12 million. I probably would have done more than that. But it's an opportunity for us to pull apart the numbers for the people who live in our communities, and also to talk about in real terms how we make real that $12 million reallocation, the plan to not only make it real, but also to specifically speak to where it will be reallocated to. I'm looking forward to this hearing as well as future hearings that will continue to hold us all accountable with respect to reducing that overtime number. And lastly, I will just say there's been a lot of conversations in my district, particularly at my community-based organizations. You know, we are seeing an uptick in homicides and stabbings in District 4, largely Mattapan and Dorchester. But there's been a lot of conversation at community-based organizations that these reallocations and reductions in the overtime budget are leading to less coverage of police officers in various communities. And I think, I'm not going to buy into that narrative if I really do believe that policing alone will not solve incidents or issues of violence, that we really have to do it at the same time that police officers, of course, are responding to pressing incidents, that we also have to run a parallel plan and have a parallel track to resource organizations, community-based initiatives, and other strategies that get at the root causes of violence. And I'll give you one example that is near and dear to folks in my district. We call it the Vacant Lot Initiative. There is numerous studies and reports out there that say vacant lots in a community not only create blight, but also can lead to more incidents of violence. Can you imagine if all the city-owned vacant lots, which are also largely in my district, were activated for either housing, for wealth building opportunities for residents in that community? So it could meet those needs of moving people out of poverty while at the same time working to address issues of public safety. And so this conversation around reallocation is a great conversation for us to be having as we in this country are reimagining how our police systems show up in our communities. So excited to go into more detail, but did want to flag that narrative is really troubling in certain communities. I think there's a way for us to ensure that the police department, of course, can deliver its services without us having a $60 million overtime budget or a budget that continues to increase. Thank you, Councilor Bach, for the indulgence, and thank you for the partnership, and thank you, Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell. Councilor O'Malley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, thank you, Chair of the Ways and Means Committee, as well as Chair Campbell, Chair of the Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee, for your partnership and leadership in this space. Obviously, we know what gets measured gets managed, and I think one thing that really appreciated your partnership, but both of your partnerships, but Madam Chair, Ways and Means Chair, when you discussed at our budget hearing the need to have these sort of check-ins as we talk about monitoring what the expense as it relates to overtime in the initial FY21 operating budget, and then the resubmitted budget, of course, as has been mentioned, Mayor Walsh cut the overtime budget by about 20%, which we ratified with our vote. We obviously need to keep on top of that. We need to have conversations in terms of what policies we can put in place to address the high overtime costs. So I look forward to this conversation with folks from the from BPD as well as from the administration. I will say Superintendent Hassan served in E5 for many, many years with honor and distinction. And I look forward to hearing some more concrete examples and steps that BPD is looking to implement. I also, when we get into a little bit more, want to talk about the shift length experiment, which is something several other municipalities around the country has done, which is a good way to both provide for the coverage that Councilor Campbell had mentioned, as well as decrease some overtime costs. So look forward to questions from my colleagues and continuing this conversation. I know this will be the first in several hearings in the months ahead, and thank you both for your partnership and leadership.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor O'Malley. I want to note we've also been joined by Councilor Mejia and Councilor Wu, both at large, and also by Pam Coker of the Boston Municipal Research Bureau, who will also be testifying today. As I said a minute ago, I think I'd like to jump right into the administration's presentation because I know that councilors have a lot of detailed questions and I want us to be getting to those as soon as possible. So I hope my colleagues will forgive not going through a full round of opening statements. So I guess the question for the administration, we're joined, as I mentioned today, by Justin Sterrett, the budget director, Lisa O'Brien, director of finance at BPD, and Superintendent James Hassan from BPD A&F, who is going to start off with the presentation.
So I'm going to click through and share my screen, and I think the BPD will do the presentation itself, though. So if you could let me share my screen, that would be good.
Yeah, Lisa, would you mind going through that? Because I'm on this phone, I don't have a visual, so you can pace it through.
Can you see my screen?
Yep, we can see your screen.
Great.
Lisa, do you want to?
Sorry about that. I'm sorry, Justin, can you go to the second slide? So councilors, Madam Chair, this is an overtime cost in hours as of June 30th, 2020. Replacement personnel and extended tours are our two heaviest weighted categories for overtime. It represents 67.6% of our total overtime cost for fiscal year 20. It's going to take significant reductions in these two categories in order to reduce our overtime. I'd like to point out that replacement personnel is non-discretionary. Replacement personnel is a result of officers that are out injured, sick, or on vacation, and we have to replace those officers out on the district to make sure that we have minimum staffing to secure public safety. So it's non-discretionary, and unfortunately we do have officers that are out injured right now, and it is higher than what we've seen in normal years. And
Lisa,
yes,
could I just take a minute to explain how
sure,
the minimum staffing levels are
of course.
developed? So each district is an analysis. It has been done in the past, Councilor Bach, and we take the number of calls for service, the population, and the land mass, and we come up with a formula of how many officers minimally that is needed to police that, to provide adequate police services for that district. So, for instance, when I was in the captain in E5, I've been the captain in B2, working with Chuck Turner and Matt O'Malley, Rob Consalvo. I worked hand in hand with all the counselors. So in West Roxbury, the formula come up with one two-man car, a police transport wagon, and 3 service units, which is a single person vehicles, and then 1 walking beat in Rosendale Square. So every day, that is the absolute minimum that I had to put out. And that was a number that was derived through this analysis. So every district has that. When I was in B2, working with Chuck Turner and the elected officials there, that particular district is, I think it had 3 or 4 two-man cars, a transport wagon, and 8 or 9 service units, and 2 walking beats. So that was the minimum at that time. That was in 2005. But just that's how we come up with that minimum manning. So you can never go below that level. So that's what kind of mandates a lot of this overtime, because if an officer is out injured, you have to replace that officer. Or if he's on vacation, that spot, it's non-discretionary. You have to fill that. So I just wanted to point that out.
And I also want to point out, too, that it was our expectation this year, especially because of the pandemic, that we really thought our overtime costs would be significantly lower. But as you can see, some of the unusual items that we've encountered this year, such as the demonstration, having patrols in the mass cast area, which I believe everybody wants to have, but also, too, where we see the gang cars, community problem response. Those are additional patrols that we put out in the districts when and where it's needed. And the amount of hours that we're putting out is like almost double compared to what we had last year. So those unusual events make up 16.8%.
Lisa,
Yes.
can I explain that also, if you have a second? So I think what she meant, so when the COVID came, a lot of the community events like St. Patrick's Day Parade, certain parades, community events, they were all canceled. So we thought we were going to realize, we weren't going to have to spend that money. So we thought we were going to have a surplus in funds, but with with a couple of multiple demonstrations and the replacement cost for those officers that were affected by the COVID, it drove those numbers skyrocketing. And she also mentioned gang cars. So gang cars is something, it's just a generic term. It's like sometimes they may address gang cars, but they're basically district cars. And the term is just, again, it's a generic term. We could actually call it, a saturation patrol car or community problem response, right? Whatever car you want, whatever name you want, depending on which district you're working. So it depends on which problems that district is experiencing. So say like in District 18, they have the drag racing on American Legion Highway. Well, they hire the gang cars to address that issue. It's basically a 4-hour minimum car that's filled with 2 officers, and they go around and address community problems. E5, it was the kids drinking in the parks. in Brighton, they use that to address the neighborhoods where the college kids are, up in Mission Hill as well. The college kids partying and getting unruly. So the other way it's also used is if there's an increase in crime. So you basically, again, it's a saturation patrol. Like if there was an increase in, in South Boston, and we'd hire multiple cars to patrol that area just to keep things quiet so we can figure out what's going on. So this is how we address the problems. And a lot of times, those cars are hired working in partnership with the city council. So, I mean, this is really a community response car. That's what that means. So.
Should we continue to the next slide, or does anybody have any questions on?
I think probably it makes sense to go through the full presentation, and then counselors will have questions, I bet, on a bunch of fronts. I'll just note for counselors that this presentation is in your inbox, so if any of the numbers are hard to read, you can pull it up on your personal computer as well. Go ahead, Lisa.
So I just wanted to give you, Madam Chair, and the City Councilors just an idea of our overtime and cost in hours for the last 5 years, comparing what our budget was in 2016 and when it was adjusted by the Office of Budget Management and Administration and Finance to properly reflect what we were running at. But I do want to point out that, if we compare our budget to the actual hours and costs, you can see that the increase is significantly higher. However, when I normalize those hours and reduce our cost by non-recurring events that we don't anticipate or that are unforeseen, such as like parades, Super Bowl championships, snow emergencies, marches, some of the demonstrations, mass cast. I want to point out that COVID-19 is not in there. Our increase over our actual budget is significantly lower when you try to normalize those hours for non-recurring special events. And I just, unforeseen events such as what we've encountered this year can significantly impact our overtime costs. However, I just want to point out that the BPD will never not compromise public safety for any of these events. Justin, can we go to the next slide? This is just a breakout of replacement costs and extended tours. Replacement costs, like I said, 69% of our replacement costs is for replacement for officers who are either injured, sick, or on vacation. And as Superintendent Hassan referenced in the previous slide, we need to maintain minimum staffing levels at the districts. It's imperative. Extended tours, here's the breakout of extended tours. And to give you a little bit of background on what extended tour is, I'm sure Superintendent Hassan can explain it a little bit better than me, or much better than me. But basically, extended tour would be I go to a crime scene or an investigation at like 10 o'clock, and that, as you can see sometimes in the morning news, some of those crime scenes go well into the morning hours. My tour has been extended as a result of that. Super, do you want to add anything to the extended tours and how that works?
No, so like there's multiple, Council Block, there's multiple reasons that code, the extended tour code is used. And like, for instance, if you're, maintaining a crime scene so that the crime scene techs can get their job done. And, officers get hung up. Sometimes you'll be waiting. So, you'll freeze a scene and you have to wait for the team to respond. Then the detectives respond. Then they have to get have to get a judge because they have to get a search warrant. And they just kind of they start really ramping, the time starts ticking away quick. And it's just, there's just multiple scenarios why, extended tours. But they're, like special investigations, they'll start and they just kind of keep going. If whatever, they're following the leads, it just keeps going. So there's just too many scenarios how an extended tour occurs. But that is an area that we want to address. obviously, because of the percentage that it takes up on our budget.
And then the next slide is to start, how do we get there? How do we get to measures? What measures can we implement to try to get our overtime down and put in place these measures so that we can effectively get there? So I just want to point out that injured vacation and sick replacement hours total roughly about 274,000 or $18 million. There are other replacement costs as well, in addition to injured vacation sick, but obviously this is 69% of our total replacement cost. What does that mean? That means on average, approximately 94 police officers are required to backfill these positions each day so that we can maintain minimum staffing levels at the district. So 94 officers. What reforms can we review to try to get the replacement costs down? One of them is to evaluate staffing levels in all units to determine if resources need to be redirected. Tighter controls on work in, work out, so it would be more for body swap policy implementation. Long term, we would like to replace a lot of these administrative positions currently being filled by sworn personnel with civilians and get those officers on the street, and then the impact would be a much lower cost for the city in terms of overtime, but also for the cost for those administrative positions. So other reform measures, extended tours, a little bit different than replacement time. Replace officers at the end of each tour with on-duty personnel at crime scenes in certain investigations, for example, death investigations. Prioritize investigations to determine if investigations should continue off-duty or when the next tour of duty resumes for that officer. Search warrants will be executed by on-duty personnel during on-duty hours when feasible. One thing that we are redoing right now is our occupational health unit, because what can we do to get these officers back to work safely but expeditiously? We just recently reorged our occupational health to a case management model similar to that at workers' comp at City Hall. We plan on adding another doctor or nurse practitioner to evaluate non-acute injuries. I do want to add that just before the pandemic came, we had added another exam room to help with that extra doctor or nurse that we want to hire. We also think it's a great idea if we add an orthopedic specialist as part of our team so that they can see orthopedic specific injuries, because a lot of our cases are orthopedic related. There'll be independent medical examinations for those officers that have been out for an extended period of time, more specific to their injury, so that we can get them evaluated and what's the next course of action, that they would be able to return to work in full duty, or basically would we need to start the retirement process for those officers. And like I said, we're making an aggressive effort to file involuntary retirements beginning for those officers out more than 3 years, moving to 2 years thereafter. Super.
So if anyone, thank you, Lisa, for that. If anybody would like me to explain any of those aspects, I would be more than happy to. For instance, like, I don't want to dictate the way your conversation is going to go. So maybe, but for instance, like that return to work for the injured officers, that is a very difficult, issue. So we have to have a multifaceted approach, and it's this short-term and long-term approaches to this. So, and the first question is, why is it so high? This is the highest it's been in the history of the that I know of in the BPD, since with the analysis that we've done. And you have to ask, what's going on? Why is it so much? And I just, this is where a lot of it is opinion-based, because there's no scientific study here. But it's just there's so many demands on the police. There's a cultural thing going on. I mean, I worked with a guy years ago. He got shot, and he was back to work 10 days later. And those things just aren't happening. I don't know if the psychological stress on these officers, the physical stress, the demands to work, like all this replacement. This is like, the dog chasing. It just builds upon each other. It's a spiral downward. The demands on these officers working 16 hours, and they can't catch a break because no one wants to, especially the younger officers, the millennials. I don't think anyone signed up to work 16 hours a day, but the whole summer. And when you start breaking down, and they see there's an opportunity to catch a break, and they take their opportunity. It was and then with the protests, a lot of people got hit with bricks and frozen bottles, whatever, and quite a few people went out injured. And then the other part is we have an aging. The other half is the aging officers. They're getting older. They're more brittle. They're less pliable. A little strain here and there, and they pulled their back, their neck. So we got a lot of issues going on here. But we are hiring some specialists to treat these officers and get them back as soon as we can. And like Lisa said, we recently had another exam room created. We had a doctor, an additional doctor hired, but with the COVID, all that put all that to the back seat because we got it with an onslaught of COVID related. I mean, we all know the police, how many people were infected. We had one officer who died from the COVID. I mean, we were decimated as an agency. There was probably no other agency in the city that got affected as significantly as the BPD, and we're still feeling those effects. We still have, alone, we have the latest. I had 32 officers still out with COVID infections, and it's long term. And the medical profession community, they really, they're searching around in the dark themselves. They can't really give concrete. Every day there's new symptoms and new things that occur from this. So, and so that's basically. But we are doing everything we can. We understand that's the problem, because that alone would get us that 94 officers every single day, and we wouldn't have to hire any overtime for replacements. So we understand that. Never mind, obviously, again, with the demands on the police, they need their time off. They need their vacations, and when they take their vacations, we have to replace them. So all these things are like they're not luxuries; these are necessities. So how we address it, and the sick time, that's also, we need to address. Some of the officers, they feel they get 15 sick days a year, and the pressure that they're under, they take advantage of it, and they're willing, but we're pursuing what we're supposed to do administratively. 5 days, we're supposed to get a notification that in 10 days, after 10 days, you need a doctor's note. And so we're pursuing all the administrative avenues to get a tight rein on these things. But, and then Lisa mentioned another avenue is, some of these administrative functions that are being performed by uniformed people, that we could utilize them in these, for the street duty, or for, fill some of these minimum manning. So all these, but these are long-term. This whole thing's been like a snowball coming down a mountain, collecting. So we have to unravel it slowly and figure out what's necessary and what we can reassign or redeploy. So it's just going to take a little time, and we're working on this. But that's I could keep going on. I'll talk anything you want to talk about. The reducing the extended tours. Just the thing is reduction in hours is really a reduction of police officers in the streets. So we really need to get working on these things to get more officers out there. So
Thank you,
but
Super.
again, Yeah. Sorry if I went on too long.
No. Thank you so much. And I just do want to note that we were also joined earlier on by Councilor Lydia Edwards from District 1 and by Superintendent Dennis White, who's the Chief of Staff to Commissioner Gross. So I think now what I'd like to do is jump into questions. I know I have many, and I imagine council colleagues do as well. Just for everyone's reference, I'll send the order around, but I'll start and then go to the co-sponsors, so Councilor Campbell and then Councilor O'Malley, and then in the order of arrival. And we'll do, as before, 5 minutes with a few-minute grace period so that folks can get their questions on, and then we'll go to a further round when we need to. So I guess my first question is just to confirm. So when I looked at Lisa, the numbers that you put up, it looks like we ended up clocking in at 72.5 million for last year.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
So when we talk about what our target is here, our target is to hit the $60 million, to hit the $48 million budget. So we're really talking about a $24.5 million reduction.
It's significantly higher than the $12 million. That's correct.
Right. It's double, in fact, right? To get to the year-on-year reduction that we're budgeting for.
Correct.
And then I guess I wonder. So in terms of the civilianization issue of some of the desk jobs and moving these sworn officers into on-street roles, I mean, when we talk about that as long-term, is that or isn't that a potential route to achieve some of those savings this year?
It is. Yep.
It is, but we have to go by position by position and the role that they're functioning, and that's something also too that I think it has to be make sure that the appropriate people review and approve, such as labor relations.
Yep. We'll have to have some negotiations with the unions, but there are some jobs some of those positions that we can move immediately, but obviously this is going to require some negotiations with the unions.
Right. So I think it would be helpful for the council to understand which of those moves are in the discretion of the commissioner today and which of them are, do you have to actively bargain over, whether, is it impact bargaining? Are we waiting on the new contract?
Well, we're in the middle of that, Counselor, so I don't really have that information for you at this point.
Okay, but I do think it at a minimum, and it's fine if it's a follow-up, but we should be able to know what reassignments the commissioner has the right to do without further bargaining.
Okay.
Classification-wise, but yeah, because and when we talk about the 80 to 100, I remember seeing in the sort of 2015 audit that we had about 40 folks on the detail desk. Is that still right?
That's
40. Yeah, that could be a little high, Counselor, but probably not that far off. Probably 30. I think there's two. Let me see. There's 15. Yeah, about 30. I would say there's 3 per area, and there's about 10 or 12 at the centralized detail office. So.
Okay. And
I would say just off the cuff, I'd say about 30.
Okay. And looking at the same 2015 audit, it looked like one of the issues mentioned, right, was that, officers scheduling their own comp time vacation caused sort of unpredictable gaps, and we weren't necessarily like supervisors weren't able to look at it in a bird's eye view. Am I going to have the staffing resources? Am I going to need to call in overtime for that? And I guess also it's possible in theory for a bunch of our folks to all take vacation time or comp time and then go and get overtime for sort of working other people in the department's, shifts. Is that right? There's sort of like a potential domino effect.
So that is something that we addressed with the chief and the commissioner. So the way the summer is broken up is into 7th, right? Councilor Bach. So if a district commander is to take his personnel and 1/7 is supposed to be off every 2 weeks. So that way you spread it out throughout the summer, so evenly. So we've told them that they have to balance their squad, balance their shifts, make sure that it's all balanced in between, like the right amount of officers to the best of their ability, because they're short shifted as it is because of the people out sick or injured. I mean, sick you wouldn't be able to know, but the injured in the scheduled vacations you have you can anticipate. But so we're working on having them. Well, we're on that council block, yes. And then as far as working in, working out during the, we're going to shift during the summer policy because of the demands on the vacations to body for body. So if I want a day off, I have to get an officer to agree to, we're going to swap shifts. I'll work his shift, he'll work my shift type thing, or work her shift. And as far as, yeah, if I'm on vacation, I could, and you were on vacation and I had nothing to do on Wednesday, I could call in and say, I'm available for Wednesday if you need someone for overtime. So I could get overtime on my vacation. That is correct.
Right. And in theory, you and the other person could swap each other's shifts and get overtime. But so
no, that's not, no. If you are doing a swap, that's not allowed.
Right. So
overtime is not allowed. Not for the shift that you. Go ahead.
So the body-to-body swaps are one-to-one. Those are regular hours.
Yeah, exactly. It would be, you work on a Saturday and I'm off and you need that day off, so I'll work it and I'll get it. You and I will come to a mutual agreement on which day I'd get off that you'll be working for me. So.
And in terms of these, the items that you listed under reduce extended tours, so replacing officers, at the end of their tour with on-duty personnel, and sort of investigation, prioritization, and doing search warrants on duty. I mean, what are the procedural changes that actually kind of implement that stuff? Is that at the district captain level, they're now supposed to be tracking something they weren't tracking before? How do you operationalize those kinds of savings?
Exactly. The cap at the district level, that's where it would. So for instance, like they say, death investigation. So if, so say if I was an officer and I got a radio call at 7 a.m. for deceased elderly male, well, I would go there and I'd basically have to maintain the scene, wait for the investigators to show up, wait for the ME, and that could take hours. I'd be there till 2 p.m. So the duty supervisor is really at the street level for that type of stuff. They need to know that, as soon as the relieving shift comes in, to send someone up to relieve me, get me out of there sooner. But, that also causes that particular officer to be tied up. So for the district, but, this is all about reducing the overtime. So that's what, this is what we're going to do. And so that's basically what would happen. The duty supervisor would say, go up and relieve Officer Bach. She's been up there, and the relieving officer would handle all the procedures.
Okay. Oh, no, go ahead.
No, yeah, but it is at that level. But, but it could be, so with the homicide, like the detectives, the homicide detectives do not pass off. Once a homicide detective gets that call, they hold on to it because they're the most intimately involved and knowledgeable about that, so that there's nothing lost in the transfer. So that type of, or the sexual assault's the same thing, that they would not be able to transfer. But the more the perfunctory aspects of those investigations, they would hand off to either district detectives. So we try to minimize that with, working with those specialized units, working with the district detectives.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. I'm mindful of my own time, so I just want to comment that I think my concern about this is that, it seems like in this presentation, we have a bunch of key strategies, but we haven't yet necessarily assigned what portion of that, 25 million that needs to be saved is going to be achieved through these different strategies. And then with something like that, where it's got to be effective at the street level, it's sort of like, what's the active management procedure that's going to change what people do to get these savings? So that's sort of the concern. I'll circle back to that. And then also just circle back, maybe I think Councillor Campbell is going next. We'll land on this, but I do just want to echo her concerns about having really received mixed messages in the last few weeks between sort of the central administration, we're working on a plan, and at the district level, we've already made these cuts in certain places on the basis of the overtime savings. Very much the kind of street assignments that people in the public see first, and I'm concerned about to what extent that is true, that we have implemented a plan versus this is the plan that's still in formation. So we'd love to get more clarity on that. But I'll end my time for now and go to Councillor Campbell.
No, thank you, Councillor Bach, and thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Lisa, for the presentation, and thank you, Superintendent White, as well, for being here. I just want to stress, you talked about the demands on police. I hear you loud and clear. I always think it's important to say these conversations are about getting at the monies, transparency, accountability, not about suggesting, of course, that our officers don't work hard or that they don't have a difficult job. So I just wanted to name that. If you hear someone in the background, that's my beautiful son, Aiden. He also says hello. So just picking up actually on Councillor Bach's point before I get into some other questions, I was expecting actually in the presentation there to be more specifics and details as to how we would realize, and thank you for the clarification, Councillor Bach, not 12 million, but almost $24 million in reductions. And so if you could speak to a little bit more about the responsibility at the district level for our district captains as to what are they tasked with currently, like what do they actually have to do, what do they actually have to track in order to reduce these numbers, and then respond to the Councillor Bach's point, which is there is a lot of our officers out there speaking to community and saying because of reductions that have taken place in overtime, they have less coverage, less officers, which I think is extremely troubling. So if we could address that, and then I have a couple more questions. Thank you.
Okay. So let me see. There was a few questions in there. How can the captains? What is the role? So we've already rolled out. So the larger policies, come down to and spread out throughout the districts, and the particular captains are tasked because that's where, as you see, the replacement costs are the largest, well, one of the largest, right? Replacement costs and the extended tours. And for the brunt of it, that's where it all happens, all those replacement costs, because that's where the officers need to fill those cars that need to be, assigned to the district. So and they're doing everything they can, again, trying to keep those cars filled. So, and that's the best they can do at this point is, like what Councilor Block mentioned, is make sure that all the, everything's balanced throughout each shift, and then they can see where their holes are. They can limit or minimize how many hours the officers can take off, but they're really at a disadvantage because with this many people not available, with all those people that are out injured, they're really at a disadvantage. They need to fill those spots, and that's basically where it all happens, Councilor.
Is there a so right now are district councilors separately tasked with rolling up their sleeves within their individual districts to come up with a plan to reduce a certain amount? So for example, is B3, is there any direction from central office or headquarters as to what these districts should be doing, or are they sort of on their own to figure out what, just a reduction? Are they, I'm just confused as to what's what's the plan at the headquarter level, and then what's the plan at the district level? Are they implementing a plan drafted by Central, or are they coming up with their own?
We're working in concert with each other. We're laying out the plan. We asked them for their plan, and we're incorporating it, and we've incorporated. So they've been told that, obviously, it's so widely publicized that, there's a reduction in overtime, and it's how absolutely necessary it is. So, so right now they're struggling to maintain the minimum manning. So, like anything above that, which would cost, they're already costing overtime just to get the minimum manning. So to do additional, provide additional officers for certain areas only adds to that overtime issue. So it's very, very difficult. There is going to be some, there's no way around it. To cut the budget, we're just not going to have we can't have all those officers that people have become accustomed to seeing, because we have to have those cut somewhere.
So I think what would be helpful, and for the sake of time, through the chair, is an additional presentation or documentation, right, as to what the specific strategy or task or ask is. What is being done by headquarters? What is the expectation by each district counselor? Each district, and what is each district, tasked with reducing? How much? What are their goals? And how do we track that they're meeting them? And so
I can speak to that, Counselor. So just to back up a little bit, every other week I prepare an overtime report that it's addressed at ComStat. And so basically it was an overtime report based on it. It was with a collaborated effort with the bureau chiefs who'd say, okay, we have 900,000 hours in a budget. Who needs what hours for what, and what's going to be their weekly allotment? It doesn't necessarily mean you spend it, but also that they had something that they could manage something with. Similar to like non-personnel expenses. We have a budget, which we try to stay within our budget. We might smooth around some lines if we have like some equipment we might need that we didn't plan for, but every district, every specialized unit has an allotment of hours for budgetary purposes with respect to overtime. To get this started and get conversations going, we basically said, okay, what is it going to look like with that reduction? From the 60 million eight, get down to
for the sake of time, because I see the gavel, it would be helpful to see some of that in writing or in the presentation for us to review, right? That would be helpful. What are those numbers that you're referencing, so that we can see those by districts if possible? But I'll come back to that, because I'm mindful of time. And so
Can I just answer that, Counselor?
Yeah.
So the plan is the district captains, their hands are really tied. They need bodies to fill those spots, those open spots, to provide that minimum manning. And the way, so you say how we working in concert with them is we've come up with a plan. So they need officers. How do we get them more officers? That's the question.
Right.
So the way we do it is through trying to, minimally them controlling the work-ins, that will have a minimal effect. But the larger effect is to get the officers that are out injured back to work, or so we have to tap into a resource that they don't have that they need. Where do we get these other officers?
That's a perfect segue, and I'll just leave you at this point, because I think my time is up. And I know Councilor Malley's going to bring up the shift length experiment, but I think what I would love to hear more about is how do we get them more coverage? So Councilor Bach brought up some of my questions related to the civilian positions. In the presentation, there was you said long-term, Lisa, I think we need to know specifically now what positions right now, as Councilor Bach said, what positions right now could be filled by civilians versus police officers that does not require collective bargaining, and if any at all, and a list of what those are, and then what positions could possibly be covered by civilians, but require a collective bargaining discussion before that can happen. That would be helpful because obviously it frees people up, officers up, to be able to do some of these, to offer more coverage to districts that may need it. And then my last piece is any conversations or discussions around certain units, right? We've been hearing a lot about certain units in the department that may not be useful, that may not be, whether it's gang unit or other units that have been coming up in discussions as to not necessarily having an impact that is reducing violence. What does it mean to possibly look at eliminating certain units and freeing those officers up for a different type of coverage at the district level? So I would love to hear more specifics there. I just expected a few more specifics, and then I can wait for the next round of questions. But I think anything in writing to the chair would be helpful because you're sharing things, but I'd love to see it in writing. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second that. And certainly I'll be following up on behalf of the committee on that front. Next, want to recognize Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start for this round to piggyback on Councillor Campbell's discussion about shifts. So I don't know, Lisa, if you want to grab this, or right now there are 3 shifts in the course of a day for BPD, 3 8-hour shifts.
Yes, correct.
And I assume the staffing level is different depending on which shift.
Correct.
Can you just
again, Counselor, that's on the number of calls for service. So obviously, like the midnight shift, say, there's fewer service calls, or less people out there, whatever. So there's obviously fewer officers, but it's all based on that analysis that I previously described. So like the 4 to 12 shift has the highest demand of call, like the certain districts, like say in where I live in Dorchester, as opposed to the calls for service diminish after midnight. So there's fewer, or in A1 with downtown where Councilor Block is, high demand during the day, so they have a higher percentage on the day tour as opposed to the midnight shift.
Gotcha. And is there any evidence to suggest that one shift I guess I'm probably answering my own question the way I ask it. Those more heavily staffed shifts likely have a higher percentage of sick calls or vacation calls, one would assume, just because it's more officers assigned?
Could you repeat that again, Councilor?
Do certain shifts, so does the 4 to midnight shift, for example, have a higher percentage of call-outs because of the whole host of injuries, be it sickness, illness, vacation, and then needing other officers fill?
Yeah, it depends. Like what goes into what calls out. So we'll compare Roxbury and downtown. So, B2 and A1. So B2 has a lot of younger officers, so they're probably a lot healthier, more resilient, as opposed to, we're taking the first half shift, or as opposed to that 4 to 12 shift downtown, they have a lot of older officers, less resilient, and so more prone to injury. So, whatever they encounter, so it really goes by the demographics of the officers. So to answer your question, it's only particular to each district. So there's no it's not to the shift, it's to the district.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to try to get through these because the crux of my questions for this round is, I think that if we look at shift changes, we actually could agree with a lot of our shared goals here that not only everyone on the Zoom shares, but virtually every police officer I've spoken with. To your point, Sue talked about the stress on the officers, talked about having a vacation day and then being forced in on forced overtime. That's one thing that we can address with the shift change. The other thing we can address is the incredibly, the high growth of our overtime costs, which we've seen. And if the purpose here is to talk about ways to save money and actually actualize some of these cuts that were in the resubmittal as it relates to the overtime, looking at a shift change from, 5 8-hour days in a given work week to 4 10-hour days would seem to me to be a way that could both address some of those staffing shortages and decrease overtime costs, as well as help the quality of work for our officers. Has there been any discussion about reconfiguring what the shift changes look like, or what the shifts look like?
To be honest with you, Councilman, not I haven't heard any, but it's probably. I mean, you might be onto something, man. It might even higher morale. But again, would have to. I know there's a lot of departments nationally that go that route, but I don't know if we could probably do an analysis and take a look at it and see how it would work for us. I mean, I'd be willing to do that.
So there was something called the shift length experiment, which took 2 departments, Detroit, Michigan, and Arlington, Texas, and I believe some other I know a lot of municipalities around the Commonwealth do this as well. Admittedly, they're a lot smaller than Boston, but they had changes from the typical 5 shift 8 hours, and then they did a 4 10-hour as well as a 3 12-hour, and the metrics were conclusive. The 4 10-hour consecutive days resulted in a significant reduction in overtime costs, more sleep, and a better quality of work for officers, actualized a lot of savings. So I don't know if this would be something that would be necessarily as part of the contract negotiations, but I know the chair is going to be having some conversations on that as well. But I think this is just a way, as we talk about strategies, and I think some of your strategies are very good. This is another way we could do that. Well, I still have time.
Also, I'd just like to point out is that we are currently on a 4 and 2, so they work 4 shifts and then have 2 off.
Yeah.
So it's so 4 and 10 is not too far off from what we're currently doing. So that's for the most officers. There's a few officers that do the 5 and 2 like the community service, but for the most people, it's 4 and 2 as it is.
Yeah, but those are 4 8-hour shifts, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So this would change that, so we could sort of reconnoiter the numbers. Do we have a maximum number of hours per week that an officer is able to work, or is there
90 hours? That's combined overtime, details, and working. And
is that on par? I mean, that 90 hours seems extraordinarily high, again, both for a cost perspective and for sort of the officers' well-being. Is 90 hours in line with other similar sized departments?
I'd have to look into it. I'm not really sure what the other departments, their policies are, Counselor, but I'd be happy to take a look at it.
Yeah. And perhaps Councillor Flynn maybe will talk. I know the Navy just recently lowered their maximum hours per week. I believe it may have been 90 or 80, and they were able to decrease that. That's all for this round. I've loads more questions, but appreciate your answering and your work, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. Next up is Councillor Braden, and then it'll be Councillor Flynn. Oh, sorry. Then it'll be Councillor Asabi George and then Councillor Flynn. Councillor Braden.
Thank you. Could you help me, when you talked about this minimum staffing formula, I didn't catch the first part of it. It was land mass, population, and what was the other component?
So basically, Councillor Braden, it's basically calls for service, the number of
calls.
Number of calls, 911 calls that we get. Basically, in the population of the density of a district.
Thank you. And then you mentioned in passing a centralized detail office. Can you help me understand what the role of that is and what the staffing, how that works?
Well, so we have a centralized location. So if somebody called in, say, I'll just use Acme Construction called in the District 14 police station, said, I need a police officer on Washington Street and Market. So they would go through the whole, they would go through Area D, and no one wanted it. So it would, the Area D detail room would send it up to the centralized unit, which is in Hyde Park, and they'd put it on the list, and they get the names of all the officers who aren't assigned to a district, whether it's special operations, homicide unit, you know, whoever's not assigned to a district, they're assigned to that, what they call Area F. The Area F officers will have that opportunity to do that detail. They'll distribute that detail through that Area F, which, like I said, consists of officers, every officer that's not assigned to a particular area.
So does that mean that folks who are assigned to a district don't have the same opportunities to get overtime on a detail as folks in this non-assigned pool?
No, they would have first opportunity. So say, so the Area D guys or ladies, you know, the officers there would have that first crack at it. And if no one wanted it, then it would go to the Area F, and then so they would have the first opportunity.
My concern is that if the districts are understaffed, that then the officers in the district wouldn't necessarily have the ability or the availability to avail of that opportunity, or that they would take time away from their district to cover a detail. Am I understanding that correctly?
No, they would have the first opportunity. They would go through the area where it was assigned to, Area D. We'll just keep things simple, and that every officer in Area D would have that opportunity, and they send that, so they wouldn't send that job up till the day before it was to be performed. So they would have plenty of opportunity to do that detail. But again, I think what you're on the right line is the officers are under such immense stress to keep the minimum manning levels satisfied that they're probably going to be doing overtime and wouldn't really be able to be available for that job.
Yeah, that's a concern. I also wonder, you know, when you look at overtime pay for officers, there seems to be a huge spread, like some officers earn a huge amount of overtime and others earn, you know, $20,000 a year or something. I just don't understand how the system can produce such inequity, and if it's an equitable system for overtime, how some officers can earn so much and others don't earn much at all.
Well, because it's, you know, some officers seek it and some officers avoid it. So it's how much you want to pursue it, Counselor.
And Jim, if I could just speak in on that point. Also, the district offices are required first to be audited. So if nobody wants it, they'll send it out area-wide. If nobody takes it area-wide for the overtime, then the officer assigned to the district or the area would be ordered to work. So sometimes if you look at it depends on the area. That's like Area B and Area A. There's so much overtime that those officers are forced to take the overtime.
Right. So, Counselor, so what he's saying is you can't leave that minimum manning spot open. It has to be filled to provide that minimum manning. So if they'll offer it out on a voluntary basis, and if it's not filled, then they'll go back to the list, and then they'll order the first person with the lowest amount of hours to fulfill that position.
Okay. I'm still trying to get my head around it, because is there then, when you hit your maximum number of hours, are those officers then are removed from the pool?
Correct, but if so, there's been such high demand that sometimes all the officers have hit that, and believe me when I tell you, none of them want to be at that 90-hour. You know, maybe a handful, maybe 5 out of the 2,000. But none of them want to be at that 90-hour mark, and they get forced, and there's no way around it. We have to fulfill that spot, so they're ordered beyond the 90 hours, and that means the supervisor has to do a special report to the police commissioner why he ordered, Officer Braden to do that task.
Yeah.
So, and that happens in the summertime. That happens often.
I see the gavel, but it is of concern that, when districts don't have enough officers to cover their regular duties, that the system they aren't adequately staffed and that an officer would be, a highly trained police officer would be doing a detail, whereas there might be a need in a district to do other more skilled police work. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Next up is Councillor Asabi George, and then it'll be Councillor Flynn and then Councillor Arroyo. Councillor Asabi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for everyone here that's here today. I have a number of questions. I'll probably go into 2 rounds, but a few quick questions. How do we determine what the minimum or the ideal minimum manning standard is?
Okay. So, Councilor Sabi George. So we use the calls for service in the population, the density population of an area, of a district.
Okay, and then when we're thinking about that sort of determining the staffing levels for public safety, so when there's a large scale event in our city, how are we also just adding what we expect the population to grow to? If it's a parade, if it's a demonstration, if it's a rally?
Well, many things go into that calculation, and depending on, so if we have some prior information on what the intent of the crowd, so if we know it's going to be a crowd that's particularly raucous or could lead to violence, that obviously we increase more officers. If we know it's a crowd that's just demonstrating, we provide minimal services, like basically traffic and guidance. But
Yeah.
Depending on what type of crowd and how large and the potential, it's all about the potential. We could have a large crowd that we know, like 99% of the people that show up, our services are generally for traffic and just general well-being. But it's all about the potential of violence.
Great. And then what is the number of officers, and you may have gone through this number before, but I don't think I heard it clearly. How many officers are we short if we think about the sort of the daily census? And have we coded sort of why officers are out, whether it's retirement, so we just have an open slot, if it's somebody that's out because of an injury, and then within the injury category, have we graded those sort of categories of injury? I know that you've got some added services within the workman's comp to get that occupational health unit to get officers back on the job quicker. But I also wonder about the physical injury, the types of physical injury, but then also any mental health injuries that would require an officer to be out of service.
Yeah, well, we do code everything, Counselor, and all that leads to like a lack of, retirement. That's also, this year alone, I think last count I looked at it, I think we had, Dennis, you could help me with this one. I think it was like 93 officers retired this year or something. So like everything leads to this absence of a police officer to fill those cars, and and then we're also having, given the sentiment, like difficulty recruiting people that, would like to see become police officers because of the animosity that is being felt. So there's a lot of things that are at play there, Counselor.
Of officers that are out right now, how many officers are out because of an injury, and is there a breakdown between sort of a physical injury and a mental health injury? Because I am really concerned about the impacts of the job generally on the mental health of your officers. and curious if we know how many are out because of mental health issues.
We do. I don't know. Go ahead. You wanted to say something, Dennis?
No, I was just going to follow back up on your point about the retirees. The problem that we are seeing is that, again, we're going to probably have almost 100 officers retire this year. And we put a class on of 110, and we project the first of the year another group of probably 50 to 75. I think this past January, just for looking back, we lost almost 45 officers to retirement. The problem that we're having and what we're seeing is that out of the retirees this year, out of the 100 that we anticipate, only, I believe, 15 to 17 are mandatory retirement. So we're seeing officers leave the job at a younger age. Some of them are just leaving. We have a problem with them going over to the fire department. So we invest that training in the body to put them into the academy class. And, a couple of months later, we find that they leave and go to other agencies. So that's one of the main concerns. And I know you had mentioned about personnel as far as officers. I think we're around 1,800. And I believe the commissioner had spoke that we're somewhere around 2,300 with the Seaport area. This has grown almost to a neighborhood in itself. Yeah. You look at Jamaica Plain, Forest Hills, all those residents that are coming online, the apartments and everything. So all throughout the city, I think the last study, at least if you could tell me, maybe was done on manpower. I think was done maybe 10 to 15 years ago about what we should have for officers. So that's a concern.
So if we were to right-size the force, we would potentially see a significant increase the cost of the department, but we would see a decrease in overtime and a decrease in all this. Okay, and then I see that the gavel's up. My last question for this round is how many officers hit that 90-hour maximum number?
We don't
I don't have that.
I don't have that ready available, Counselor, but I can get that information from you. And I'd just like to back up on the injured officers. We do track them. We track them very detailed by injury, the amount of time that they're out, who they've been seen by, what we track them very detailed so that we know why they're out, how long they've been out, and what treatment are they getting to get back healthy, whether it's mentally, physically, or both, based on what put them out as injured.
And Lisa, as you mentioned earlier, we just moved over to a case management system, so that the officers are going to be intimately tracked by a case manager as opposed to our previous system. They were function-based, so we're hoping that we're going to see some positive effects on that. But just want to touch base on your mental health aspect real quick. Is, again, that's also a multifaceted approach. We do have professionals available to us that we refer people to. We have several. We're actually going online with the occupational health services in Brighton that they also offer mental health. We also have the peer support unit and the family assistance unit. But, that peer support unit was the first in the nation, and they have, clinical people assigned to them to help with beyond the peer support. They've found that peer support is the most effective in police psychological services. But so we have, and then we also access the EAP with the city. So we have that, we're always like everything else we do, Counselor. We're always looking to improve, and so we're all ears to any suggestions.
Great, thank you all. I will have questions for the next round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sabi George. Councillor Flynn, followed by Councillor Arroyo, and then Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councillor Bach, for chairing this hearing. To Councillor Campbell as well. It's an important issue. I'm glad we're having this conversation. just want to respond briefly to Councilor O'Malley. Serving for many years in the Navy, at times we would work on a ship when we were underway and work sometimes 120 hours a week, which was very, very unhealthy, and it contributed to a lot of mental health related issues that still impact a lot of people. That's one issue. I worked closely with the commissioner before he was commissioner and now Commissioner Gross, but just the mental health services are critical for our police officers and their families, making sure that they have the best medical and mental health care that we can possibly get them. I also know that suicide is also an issue, an ongoing issue that we deal with, and I know the commissioner is very focused on that here in Boston and nationally as well. You know, I supported the budget. I thought my own personal opinion, I thought the cuts to the overtime budget were too excessive. You know, we're in a different time and a different period now, and we're having a lot of demonstrations or public gatherings, I should say, and for every public gathering, it is critical that we provide a safe environment for everyone, especially for the protesters or the families that are there, or the neighbors. One thing I wanted to focus on, Superintendent. I know we're talking about over 100 police officers retiring. We might add a class of 110, but I think at some time we need over a year, we need to hire, you know, several hundred police officers just to stay in the game and to deal with some of these issues. And I'm talking 300 or 400 police officers that are critically needed to deal with this problem. And and I know funding is always the money. You know, maybe it's time to raise taxes in this city if to deal with this, because this is a crisis. And we need to have more police officers on the street, but we also need to make sure our police officers are safe as well for the community. So I'm just wondering, can we still sustain the manning levels by just hiring 100 police officers, knowing that 110 are going to be retiring, and then this scenario is going to play out over the next, 10 years or so?
Yeah, if I can speak on that real quick, Jim. So right now, we're coming into our biggest classes that have came on in the late 80s, early 80s. So our numbers for retirement, the groups are going to be bigger. Most of the senior officers, we're looking at some classes that came on of like my class, just to speak of in '89, was over 120, 130. But I think, as the commissioner has stated, we don't have the facility to house a big class. But I think if we're consistent with like every 6 months, we put a class in. The first class would probably just be for attrition, just to make up. And then the second class in that year would be prep us for the beginning of the next year where we'll get the onslaught. So I think for at least the next 4 to 5 years, I think we're going to have to stay constant with a class going in to keep up with the minimum number we have now is like 1,800, 1,900. So I'm very concerned, but again, it's the unknown factor that officers are retiring before mandatory. I mean, Jimmy and I have been on for a while. I've always known officers to go to almost 65 or into their 60s. We have a lot of officers, once they make 55, they're putting their papers in. And some of them don't even have 32 years. They're just, I'm finished. So I think that is a major concern. But I think also part of our hurdle is not having a facility to do bigger classes where, like I said, we're in an elementary school. that we're still using. So that's one of the hurdles, sir.
No, that's a good point. Thank you. I just wanted to highlight one other issue. I'll try to make it brief, but we're on these Zoom calls often, and before Zoom, going to neighborhood association meetings 4 or 5 nights a week. And the first person that always speaks at a neighborhood association is the CSO of the district, and they provide an update on what's happening in the district, in the neighborhood. And the residents love the briefing from the CSO or the captain. And one of the first questions they always ask is, Captain, can we get more resources on this street, or can we have more police presence on that street? And I do the same thing. I'm always asking the captain for more resources, for more police presence walking. I was with Captain Boyle at Moakley Park, and Chiolo at Knott Station, and Captain Sweeney at Peters Park, all this week with residents. And the residents were all saying to them, we need more police. And that's exactly the reason I wanted to support the budget. But I think we need to make sure we have enough money in the budget to address overtime issues, because this problem isn't going away. And it's important we continue talking about this, but trying to continue to decrease the police budget is really not the answer. If we don't have enough money in the budget, maybe it's time for us to look at different revenue options, which I would support. But the police play a critical role in our society, but especially working closely with residents on public safety issues, but also on quality of life issues. Again, thank you, Councilor Block, Councilor Campbell, and to the police team that is here as well. Thank you for your work in the community.
Great.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Sorry, I've lost my list for a second, but I believe it's Councilor Arroyo next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try and do this tight enough that we can do this in one round. If I got to do two, that's fine. So my first question is about the 90-hour work weeks. I understand, for instance, when an officer goes to court, they get 4 hours of overtime guaranteed, even if they're there for 5-10 minutes. Does that count towards the 90 hours of their work week, or is the 90 hours? So, for instance, if you're in court for 15 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes, you still get that 4 hours. Are you allowed to go over the 90 hours, including those hours, or is that not considered work? Do they only log that 30 minutes but get paid for the 4?
Councilor, it's hours worked, not hours paid.
Yeah, it's hours worked. That's how we track it.
So, in other words, you can get paid more than the 90 hours in overtime, but you can't physically work more than the 90 hours.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the 90 hours and how that works with court, whose job is it? I worked in Roxbury District Court and Dorchester District Court as a public defender. And so, often when they would have a motion hearing or they would have something going on, they might summons 5 officers but need 2. And then those 3 would leave. When that happens, who do they report that to? So who do they say, hey, I was in court, but I was only there for 15 minutes, so now I'm back on the job? Or is it kind of like you just get given the court time? Like, what's the follow-up to when folks finish the court visit?
Well, it depends on if you're on tour of duty. So if you work the day shift and you go to court, you just resume your normal duties. You let your duty supervisor know I'm out of court, and you just resume. But if you're on a day off, then you just get paid your 4 hours and you go home.
Okay, got it. And then in terms of the actual, sorry, I just got a phone call. In terms of the actual time worked, if you're doing an overtime in court and you're not on duty, that's obviously overtime, right? If you come in on an off day, if you come in after a shift. If you come into court when you're working a daytime shift, is that still technically overtime if you're on duty?
No, nope. You're just on a regular shift. So say if I was in a service unit, I just call off, go into Dorchester Court, go in, take care of whatever it is. Once I was released by the judge, I come out and I'd say, I'm relieved, I'm ready to take radio calls.
Got it. So there's no overtime paid to an officer who arrives to court during their shift?
Nope.
Okay. And in terms of replacements, when you have to replace an officer, is court time one of the things that you sometimes have to replace an officer for? For instance, if they're called in during their shift and it's a trial day or there's something going on that might take them out for the whole day, what do you do in those instances?
Potentially, yeah. So if it's going to be, if you know it's a long-term trial, say you were on a homicide trial, and we know that you're out, you'd no, let me counsel, let me look into that one, because sometimes yes, sometimes no, depending on your assignment.
Okay, and then
Counselor, can I just jump in right quick, Counselor? So,
Yep.
like Jim said, sometimes you do some. It'll depend on the climate of what's going on, and if it's a busy in the district, we got a lot of events going on, or if there is some shootings or something, then the captain would confer with the superintendent of the bureau about backfilling in that situation.
Okay, appreciate that. And then, in speaking to some BPD officers, one of the things that they've brought up is sort of a possible way to lower overtime is BPD currently has a number of specialized units that are not decentralized. In other words, my understanding is the bike unit, the youth strike task force unit, the fugitive unit. Those units don't belong to any specific district. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct.
And so one of the things that they've suggested to me when speaking to me about this issue is that if we decentralize those units, in other words, instead of having a youth strike task force unit or a bike unit or a fugitive unit, you just decentralize those officers to the district, you would cut down on almost all of overtime. Are there any plans to do that? It would actually give us more officers on the beat in specific districts and less in terms of specialized units. And my understanding, just from them, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, each district has detectives and officers on the beat. My understanding was the officers who I spoke to felt fairly confident that if you took any officer and put them on the beat in a district, they would be able to do the youth strike task force duties in conjunction with those detectives in that district. They would be able to do the the drug-related cases in conjunction with those units. That decentralizing that would actually be cost-effective and give us more officers on the beat in our neighborhoods. Has there been any study on that?
Counselor, where
That might not be true, Counselor. That may not be, because they wouldn't be able to have the time to be, the specialized units, because they're special at what they do. They wouldn't have the time to need it for some of these long-term nagging problems. So that may not necessarily be true. They'd be forced to answer the radio, the motor vehicle accidents, the lost children, whatever, all the other stuff, the general stuff that I did my whole career, and most police officers do. So
my understanding is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, is that those officers currently fill in those overtime hours. So when there's a replacement cost, they sometimes go to the bike unit, they sometimes go to these other units to call them in. Is that true?
I don't think so, Counselor.
I don't know what you said. I don't.
So in other words, when you have a replacement pool, when you have an officer in the district who's not there, not present because of injury, vacation, whatever it may be, that when they're requesting somebody, not necessarily volunteer, but when they're requesting somebody in, they come from those units as well, correct?
Yeah. So what happens is, like what Superintendent White was referring to earlier, so if you have a spot that needs to be filled, then no one on the district wants it. So this is part of the collective bargaining agreement that we would go citywide. So that detail unit trying to fill that overtime spot would go citywide and say, we're looking for an officer to fill a car in Hyde Park. If anyone wanted to call this number, they would call the number and they would get that spot. And so anyone could do that. It could be the gang unit, an officer from the gang unit, it could be a homicide detective, it could be anybody that's available at that moment, which that does it eliminates the need to order someone perform that duty. So that is correct.
Thank you. I heard the chime, so I'll save the rest of my questions for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Next up is Councilor Flaherty, then it'll be President Janey, and then Councilor Mejia. Councilor Flaherty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Justin Sterrett, is he still on the line?
Yes, I believe he is.
And Councilor, how are you?
Hi, Justin. Good morning. Just a quick question. I heard loud and clear, obviously, in the opening presentation, the need, and you and I have talked about this ad nauseum, the need for chiropractic services to be on the formulary for city employees and their families. We've used the example in the past of our police officers, our firefighters, EMS, and particularly our public safety, but for the entire portfolio of municipal employees, the ability to get chiropractic services is the difference between going to get a quick adjustment and getting right back to work, or having to go to your primary care physician and be scheduled for a specialist to get an MRI and then get on the oxys. It's a downward spiral. So I'm hearing loud and clear from this hearing the need for chiropractic services to be put on the formulary. I don't know what percentage of our men and women that serve as our police officers could benefit from those services and get in return to work. But what I am hearing loud and clear that there's a significant number of individuals that are injured or off duty for a significant period of time. And if a chunk of that is, because I heard a call for orthopedic services and stuff like that, put chiropractic services on the formulary when we negotiate with our health insurance companies, I can guarantee that we'll see a decrease in men and women, not just in the police department, but across the entire board of municipal employees back to work sooner, feeling better and healthy and be able to perform their task. They want the services. For whatever reason, we as a municipality are preventing that from happening. So that's my opine on that issue. Once again, we're going to continue to hear it, Justin, until someone in your office delivers on it. So that's my 2 cents on it. Shifting back to the men and women of our police department that are here, good morning and thank you for your time. Couple quick questions. If 67.6% of the total overtime costs are being driven on non-discretionary costs, how do we plan on reducing these costs? I have my scanner on pretty regularly, B2, B3, C11 for the most part. I mean, obviously we hear calls across the city, but those seem to be the ones that light up pretty consistently, particularly late at night and early in the morning. So if we're looking at 2/3 of the overtime costs being driven by non-discretionary costs, what's the plan?
Counselor, I would say that the replacement cost is really non-discretionary. Extended tours in some cases is not, but in some cases it is. Part of the reform that we're looking for, I mean, on average, we're replacing about 94 officers a day. So it's significant. So we're looking at how do we reform that? We reform that by, like, we are looking at all units across the city to see if we have to redirect personnel. We're also took reform measures to reorg our occupational health unit as a case management structure so that we can get officers back healthy, but expeditiously. I indicated earlier that we're hoping to get another doctor to assist in the evaluation so that we can move some of the non-acute injuries a little bit forward in a faster manner. But it's tough because it's non-discretionary and we have to replace to make minimum manning. And that's a tough issue that our district captains and our bureau chiefs face. And how do we deal with this issue until we can get our officers back to work? Now, the long term that we're looking at is also looking at all administrative positions that might be currently doing, that functions might be being done by sworn personnel, and looking at those and who are they, identify who they are, and we're currently in that process right now.
And a lot of those instances, or a significant amount, it could just be a tweak tweak of the knee, tweak of the elbow, tweak of the shoulder, tweak of the back. And with the ability to get chiropractic services, they'll be able to get back to work in a relatively short period of time, as opposed to the slow dance, which, to be honest, a lot of folks sign up for because they're constantly being ordered in, they're being grinded down, and particularly in this climate, if you could go out for a little bit and see Dr. Summer off and get some time and get a break, that's going to be the route that folks choose, as opposed to being able to go to get chiropractic services, get the adjustment, get back to work. So again, don't want to belabor the point, but we are in need of it. I'm not quite sure we need orthopedic specialists to be coming on to the department. We do need our insurance, the folks that fight for our insurance coverage, to put that on the formulary. Shifting back to CompStat, we obviously use CompStat as our measuring stick. And based on what I'm hearing is we were going to be requiring our captains, individual district captains, to be responsible for sort of managing, their districts in terms of as it pertains to these costs.
That
That's
is
correct.
we already do that right now.
So that's where it all happens, Counselor, right at the district. That's where all the replacement costs occur.
So our captains have a front row seat. They see what's going on in their respective districts.
Yep.
And then based on that, it's
they've always had that, Counselor, though.
Okay.
The captains have always been responsible for that.
Right.
So it's not something new, like that we're creating a new policy. We're just making, like Lisa said, we're going to do with the CompStat, and we're going to make sure that we're going to hold their feet to the fire, so to speak. And I agree with you. Like, as far as the chiropractor, we'll do anything. If it's hire a shaman for Tibet that gets them back to work sooner, we're going to do it. So.
And Councilor, just for the record, we also have a deployment meeting every week, which Superintendent of BFS, the chief, along with all the captains and specialized units will, it's almost like a mini CompStat, but they do it on a weekly basis to go over issues in their district with the superintendent. So if there are some resources that need to be deployed to that area, they have that conversation on a weekly basis.
Right. And I appreciate, obviously, the explanation for the minimum staffing. Do minimum staffings, do the staffing levels vary by shift? I assume that there's a minimum level of staffing across all the districts, and there are some districts based on need, based on what you're seeing from your hearing from your captains, based on what we're seeing from CompStat, based on the 911 calls, where we see an uptick and then we react and direct resources to that activity. Is that fair to say?
Oh, that's true. Well, that's the minimum manning is basically statistically driven through like what I previously, and across shifts and districts. So, but as far as redirecting resource, that's with those so-called gang unit cars. That's how we redirect. In real time. That's what that's about. It's not a long-term strategy. You're having a problem with, kids at the beach drinking, making noise. We'll hire and we'll send them down to the beach and make sure they move on or whatever.
Correct. Well, that was the ping pong that everyone used to play when we were kids. The Stadies and the MDC and the municipal cops and Boston cops would just kind of push you around from corner to down the beach to behind the rink to the park, so behind the schools. But
I remember it well.
Oh yeah, you ran out of steam pretty soon. But obviously, no one ended up getting jammed up with a quarry. So I guess looking back at it, we guess appreciate it. And just lastly, if we look to other cities and communities to look at overtime, are there any particular cities that we can learn from to reduce overtime cost? And that'll close me out.
Again, I think ours is particular to the number of replacement costs. So we're looking at other cities on how they handle their injured officers, so the answer is yes, we are, but it comes back down to us.
Very good. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you to the Police Department. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Justin, please give me a call this afternoon. Let's talk about getting chiropractic services. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Next up is Council President Janey, and then it'll be Councilor Mejia, and then Councilor Wu. President Janey.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to know what variation there was between the districts when it comes to overtime spending.
We didn't have that breakdown, but I can just tell you off the cuff. So I'm speaking with Lisa yesterday. She noticed a uptick in District 14, which is Brighton, and District 7, which is East Boston. I think the mayor and the commissioner also pointed that out. But so we kind of looked at it, and those two particular districts got hit hard with the COVID in, during this pandemic. So again, it's all replacement costs. Like,
Yeah,
I
can
don't
we?
have the exact numbers.
So that's for officers who are out sick or injured. What percentage of officers are out sick or injured?
67.6%.
What was that?
Roughly about 67.6% of our replacement costs as a result of officers being out injured, either have to be replaced because they're sick or on vacation.
Yeah, and what percentage of actual officers? So that's the cost, right? 67% of the cost, you said. What percentage of officers are out sick or injured?
No, I think that's 33%. Let me just take a look at my notes here.
That 33, yeah, I saw that on the slide there. So 33%, is that pretty consistent? How does that measure against last year, the year before? Is that number going up? Is it going down?
Last year it's actually going down from last year, but I think she had a 5-year. She didn't do the breakout on the 5 years, but just for last year, it was 34.3%. So.
But do you have the year before? The font is quite small for me. Oh, yeah. Here it is. It's a little bigger now.
No, we don't have.
Like a 5-year trend?
I have that, Counselor.
That breakup, really 2 years.
I do have that, and I can provide that.
Sure. Would you say it's going up, Lisa?
It's been holding about 34%. I do have the numbers, I have the hours, and we can provide that information. I just don't have it ready to be available.
That's fine. Thank you. I really appreciate it. In terms of those who are out sick or injured, what is the average length of time that officers are out sick or injured?
We don't have, we have how much time. We didn't get the average.
Okay.
So we have, it varies.
And we do have all
every
that?
day, so it changes every day because every day I get notified another officer just went out.
But if I'm to understand, so is it fair to say that at any given day, your thinking is that we're a third shy of what we need? Is that by saying that, 33% of the officers are out on sick leave at any given time?
I think that I did like a simple calculation on that, and I truly believe on average, we're about 94 officers out a day that we have to replace. Just
That's 90, we don't know what percentage that is, but that would be every officer across every shift across every district. So,
I have
so 11 districts. So just say, so that's approximately 8.6 officers per district every day. So 3 shifts. So say it's about 3 officers per shift every day for every district.
And we do, and Council, we do break out. We have very detailed information on the officer, what they're out for. We have the incident that they have. We also track how long they've been out, what services that they've had to be treated, how often they are seen by our occupational health team here. So we do track that, and we track that in very big detail.
Yeah. Have you seen increases given COVID and just that everyone is under the strain with mental health? And I would imagine that you're maybe seeing an uptick in that.
Yes, and I think
between the COVID, Council, between the COVID and the demonstration, we saw a huge increase.
Thanks. So I've got some other questions, and I'm just concerned that gavel's going to pop up on me. I wanted to kind of go back to the court questions and follow up on Councilor Arroyo. Who determines when an officer needs to go to court? Is that any case that there's a report and there's an officer, the officer automatically goes? Who determines it? Is it the DA's office? Is it in the contract?
Yes. The assistant district attorney who handles the case, reviews the case, and determines which officer he or she needs to provide testimony.
Right. And is that testimony always in the form of showing up in court, or can testimony be sent in writing? And I'm wondering, like, what types of cases? For example, if it's a crash, just a fender bender, and it's about a witness versus a robbery or murder or some sort of other violent act where clearly you want the officer to testify.
So never in writing. I mean, they could write, they could, an affidavit, but generally the officers show up to testify. But as far as an accident, you mean like a clerk's hearing or something? If there was a motor vehicle violation, they could show up with a clerk's hearing. But generally, those accidents are handled civilly. That would be, if they got a subpoena, they'd have to. That's the thing. They get a subpoena, they have to show. They don't have a choice.
So if the court time was only 14 minutes. Following up on Councilor Arroyo, that officer is just expected to go back, or is it treated like how people treat jury duty? You go, you don't get called, you've got the rest of the day off. Do they take the rest of the 4 hours?
No, well, if they're on tour of duty, they're expected to go right back to work. If they're on a day off, which meant that they had to take time out of their life, get dressed, go to the court, be ready.
So, but if they're on a tour and they have a 4-hour window, who's tracking that 4-hour window?
No, so we have court supervisors we have, which generally hold the rank of sergeant detective. They check in with them, and then when they're finished with the court business, they check out, and then they check in.
So what percentage use the full 4 hours or longer versus are out in the first 15? And where are the opportunities? Well, to me, this is a big opportunity to kind of get at some change here. This particular, the court issue alone is to me, low-hanging fruit. So I'd be interested in.
Well, it's difficult, Counselor, but if you look at it, it's 6% of the overtime budget, especially if you look at the, I don't know if you get provided the comp stat, but our arrests, as the commission always says, getting more guns off the street and as our arrests are going down. So that means the fewer arrests, the fewer court time. So we are working on that, but it's, it's only 6%, and it may look like it's an easy fix, but once the court subpoenas you, you don't have a choice. You have to go.
Yeah, well, I don't suggest that any of this is easy. I thank you all for your time. I'm not sure I'll be around for the second round, but if I would appreciate any follow-up that you guys could provide to the questions from the first round. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Madam President. And yes, I think there's going to be a lot of follow-up coming from the committee, and we'll add those to the list. Next up is Councilor Mejia, and then it'll be Councilor Wu, and then Councilor Edwards. Councilor Mejia?
Yes, thank you. So just in the interest of my 7 minutes here, I'm just curious in the collective, if someone can go on mute, because I'm hearing some backdrop. And that should not count towards my time, Councilor Bob.
I think we're having a little bit of feedback from Superintendent Hassan's line, and I'm not sure we can mute it just because of the way he's called in.
So restart my 7 minutes.
Yes, we're starting now.
In the collective bargaining agreement, it is mentioned that overtime must be paid within 30 days. And if the officer is not paid on time, the city has to pay interest. And I'm just curious, how much money does the city pay in overtime interest?
Since I've been here, I've never seen that.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the body camera rules around overtime? We've heard that officers are not required to turn on body cameras during overtime shifts, but I also saw 892 overtime hours for body cams during overtime. So just kind of curious about that.
If it's referencing body camera, it's basically the training that we had to do for the officers to get them to wear the body camera. So that overtime strictly is for the training that we had for the body camera program. So that's all went to training. So people would have to like be pulled off the districts or come in on their shift, get trained, but also the instructors we were training, and the instructors were training them at the academy after their shift ended to instruct them how to use those cameras. So that was all training, and I believe it was basically all summer last year, and that since has stopped.
And I'm just curious, with that, was that something that could go under professional development instead of overtime?
It could have, but that's all code, and we like to know how much these things are costing us.
Okay. So Superintendent, you mentioned that some struggles with recruiting tactics for younger recruits. And I'm just curious, what is the department's plan to get younger and more diverse recruits on board? What's the plan?
Well, we do have a person assigned to handle that, Mike Gaskins, and he's actively pursuing all the avenues that we're working on it very, very hard, put it that way. And then we also use the community engagement. They're hopefully attracting people that, because of what the work they do, hopefully they're attracting everybody that, people that we would like to see become police officers.
Yeah. And so I'm just curious with that line, I'm just curious because you referenced millennials earlier in your comments about how difficult it is for millennials these days, and something about it's a very different culture. Can you just explain a little bit about what you were referring to with that?
Well, so like my daughter is a millennial, and like she
Mine too.
she prioritizes wellness and healthy lifestyle, and less stress, and and I think a lot of I don't know all of them, but I think from what I read in the paper, it's generally I get the feeling it's a lot of them that pursue those avenues, and to do that, it doesn't mean it means that less work, less stressful environments, less stressful encounters. That all takes time. So that's all, and that doesn't coincide with the demands, the intense demands that this job requires. So.
Thank you for that. I just want to make sure that the millennials out there understand where we're coming from with that. And then I'm just curious in terms of the overtime. I'm just wondering if you happen to have any sort of data as to where these officers live. Like, are they all from Boston, or do you capture any of that data? I'm just curious as to what that looks like.
We certainly can provide that information. I mean, I could run a query and pivot right off of that to tell you like who live in Boston, who don't live in Boston. Officers who come on the job, they'll have a 10-year residency requirement before they can move out as well. So these last few classes that have gone on, the big classes that have come on, they're all required to live in the city of Boston.
Okay, excellent. And then I'm just curious, Superintendent, you also mentioned the potential for quote unquote violence is a factor for determining how to staff certain events within the city. How does the BPD determine the potential for violence when it comes to staffing for large scale demonstrations? Like what's your protocol? How do you decide what is potential for danger and violence?
Well, the people that make those calculations, they have people that they talk to, and they understand some groups have a reputation for potential raucousness, and so that's how they base it. We don't have a crystal ball. We just kind of do the best we can with what we have.
I love the way you just respond. It's very clear cut. And then my last question is, this is following up on Councilor Arroyo's question. Can you tell us the total number of hours worked versus the total numbers of hours paid?
I don't have that information available, but I can certainly get that to you. We do track that, so I can get that to you.
Yep.
Okay. And then going back to my question in terms of determining violence, can you be more specific as to what groups have potential for violence? Are there any named groups? Can you identify?
No, I'm not aware at this point. I'm not aware of particular names. It's just how they get into that, but I can't really state that at this point. But I could probably find out
Yeah, and then I'm going to save the rest of my questions for round two. But one more, I'm just curious about, there's been a lot of phone calls to our office and emails and just constituents that they're not seeing the police presence as much, and I worry about just the whole notion that this is because of the overtime. I'm just curious as to why we're seeing less response in certain communities.
I can't answer that, but it could be people's imagination because where they want more police, and so since they want more of something, and they don't, they're comparing it to their wants, not what would have been there anyway. So it's hard to answer that question.
And then particularly to the uptick in violence in the city of Boston, is there a direct correlation between this overtime budget being cut? Can we point to the fact that we have less police officers responding to the violence in our?
No, we don't have. We currently have the same amount. Like I said, we do have that minimum manning, and we still have the specialized units and the investigative. So those haven't been, but there's many reasons why there's a violent uptick. Some people theorize that because of the COVID, there's more people in the street, less people work. There's many reasons. If I had the reason, I could address it. I'd write a book and become a multimillionaire.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Next up, Councilor Wu, and then it'll be Councilor Edwards, and then we'll hear from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau before we do a second round. So, Councilor Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you everyone for joining us and for all of the sponsors and all the administration representatives. I'm sorry, I kind of been floating in and out of the hearing, so I think some of this might have been asked before. I will just tell me if it is, and I'll wait for the follow-up. But I was wondering about the breakdown of overtime hours by demographics of officers. So do you have a sense of kind of overtime hours worked relative to officers of different racial backgrounds, different tenures in terms of seniority within the department or rank? Just curious about kind of are there any distinctions there?
As far as the overtime, it's low man availability. That's how it goes in rank and order as far as who's offered overtime in each specific district. So everybody starts out at 0, and if you refuse, you get charged those hours. So it's always a ranking order of hours in each district.
I'd just love to, that's very helpful. I'd love to see the data kind of on the back end after that whole process is played out of, if we could get the number of hours worked over the last fiscal year, for example, and then the breakdown of, okay, how many of those were, officers at this level or by, according to these demographics. Would that be possible?
Yes.
Okay,
Which demographics are you? You have to provide the list of demographics that you'd want because.
Sure. Okay. So let's say,
and it's all hourly based. It has nothing to do with
sure.
Or the demands of the district. But.
Yeah. I'd just like to see how that ends up playing out, at the end of everything. Okay. So if colleagues want to add more to the list, I would be interested in starting with racial background, with I don't know if there's a home zip code. Certainly by district, and then kind of seniority. Maybe number of years on the force, if that's possible, or just by rank, if that's not possible. Okay, and then let's see. I had 2 other questions. Okay, so just in terms of moving forward, I know we've talked a lot about, even starting with Madam Chair, talking about processes for managing some of the goals and what the specific ways that things will be implemented. Will there be a way for the public to kind of see as it's going what the data looks like? So will there be, monthly or quarterly posting of the breakdown of overtime hours by unit and by district on the City of Boston's open data portal, for example?
I'd have to talk to the commissioner on that one.
Okay, does that currently doesn't happen now, right?
I'm sorry, what's that, ma'am?
That currently does not happen right now, so that would be a change in procedure?
Yeah, that would be Lisa, we don't post that, do we?
We don't post it, but obviously if it's asked for it, we provide it because it's public information. I mean, it's all public information, so there's no issue there. It's just that we just don't post that on the website right now.
Okay, great. Yeah, I would love if that could be, I completely understand the commissioner has to be part of that conversation, but if that could be added to the list as a request from the council, that would be appreciated. And finally, let's see. So some community members and advocates had brought up a city ordinance to my attention that, okay, so I'm reading the language here. No official or employee of the city shall receive overtime pay in excess of 10% of their annual salary in any 12-month period unless excess payment is expressly approved by the mayor and city council. Have you heard of that ordinance before? Is there some exemption for BPD or BPD employees, or is that something that has come into play?
Never heard of it, Councilor. Never heard of it.
I never heard of it either.
Never.
Okay. All right. I'll keep investigating. All right. Thank you so much. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Councilor. All right, Councilor Edwards, you're up.
Thank you very much. A lot of my questions have been asked, and I know that a lot of people are trying to we're already over the 2 hours. So I think I'll just ask a general question and to whomever wants to answer it. And that is, what is the appetite in the BPD to lower overtime in the long term? And what is the appetite for? I mean, I understand, and I want to be very clear. I don't think anyone is expressing anything but understanding and gratitude for the fact that you guys work extremely hard. You go into chaos when the rest of us are running away from it. And you mentioned many times where you have to do that. And so these questions are really about being fiscal stewards in this moment, not about your dedication to safety and people, to the people of Boston. But I am curious.
But the appetite is always to manage our resources as efficiently and effectively as we can. And that's always been the goal. But the demands of the job take us beyond what, sometimes, like we had 72 million this year, because of the unforeseen events, whether the increase in crime, the COVID, or the demonstrations. It's, we have to respond. It's not like those things occur and we can say, well, we're already at 48 million, so we can't go there. Sorry. It's not like we have that luxury.
I understand. I think, so when we say the appetite is there, but there are certain conditions that force us to go over, I'm not,
exactly.
Right, I understand. Well, that's the concept of overtime. There's always certain conditions that force workers to go over, and they should be compensated for that. So no one's questioning that. But in terms of...
And that's what we talked about. I agree with you.
So in terms of the BPD, what steps are you going to take with your own hands to reduce overtime? What commitments are you going to make?
Well, we've already kind of discussed that. So again, it's replacement costs, and we're trying to really do our best in filling those holes. If we can get those officers, on average 94 a day, we get officers back into the district, then the replacement costs, and that would easily handle this, mandate that the mayor, we have going. So.
Okay. You know what? I know a lot of the questions have been asked about specifics. I think, we can go all day about, I could go on all day about timelines and things like that. And I just understand that there's been so much and there are people waiting to talk. I'll submit my questions to Chairwoman Bach and for follow-up, and I'm sure there's other questions you'll be following up with her on anyway. So I will just yield the rest of my time, Chairwoman, so that we can get to additional testimony.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Edwards. And yes, please do send those. We're definitely compiling a list. I now want to go to Pam Coker from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau for some testimony on the topic. Pam? There we are.
Good morning, councilors.
Morning.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak on overtime. The Research Bureau's mission is very much focused on sound city finances and policies, so the Boston has the resources to do what it needs to do and wants to do now and in the future for those who live, work, and learn in our city. And because of that mission, managing overtime and addressing the needs of the police department and the larger community are important to us to speak to today. You've just heard the police department's presentation and a thorough conversation on the dynamics and specifics of overtime that all help provide insight for all of us on managing overtime. Today, I want to share with you a bit more about how the Research Bureau is thinking about the challenges and the opportunities of managing overtime use in the Boston Police Department and meeting community needs, particularly at this challenging time. To better understand the challenges and opportunities of managing overtime, the Research Bureau does continue to seek city data on overtime. We also look to better understand the Boston Police Department's overtime approval and oversight processes from the district level, where captains are looking at overtime, all the way up to the commissioner's office. We've heard some councilors reference process, including at the district level earlier this morning, and we look forward to hearing more from the police department and getting some data to work with. We know that local government police departments have struggled for many years with managing overtime. At times, part of that conversation includes whether to meet a community's policing need for accepting the cost of increased overtime for the existing police force, or hiring more officers to expand a department's capacity. However, real long-term impact is likely to come from taking a broader view. As Commissioner Gross has said about the police department, we wear too many hats. The shift of $12 million in the fiscal year 21 budget from the police department to support increased investment in the community's non-policing needs by other departments, such as the Public Health Commission, creates a real opportunity for both more appropriate and efficient service delivery for the community, as well as reduces demands on BPD to address non-public safety issues. And by doing so, could free up more officers to address the public safety needs and potentially reduce overtime in a way that simply enhancing oversight will never achieve on its own. This would allow Boston's highly trained, well-paid officers to focus on Boston's public safety needs that require their specific training. We have heard this morning a call for more officers. However, the city should, as quickly as possible, implement the necessary protocols and processes to ensure an efficient and effective transition from the BPD to the departments identified by the mayor as part of the $12 million allocation. This includes efficiently transitioning non-public safety requests received at BPD, as they currently are, to other departments. Shifting these responsibilities and resources could certainly reduce non-policing demands on BPD and maximize the opportunity for other departments with non-policing specialties to better meet community needs. So we're very pleased to see that that shift was made. And essentially what I'm saying here is that we want to make sure that we make the most of that opportunity created by the shift of resources to or entities within the city that can respond to those needs. And we think this is an opportunity we shouldn't let pass by. And we know that the Boston Police Department for some time will probably still be the place that people go to, the place that people call when they have needs, even if they're non-policing needs. So we want to make sure that there's a way to shift as quickly and effectively as possible those needs to other departments. because it may take some time for our residents to they need help to make that shift, and it will take some time to get them and help them understand where they need to go for resources, and that they can do so directly if it's non-policing issues. So we want to make sure that this process that's already been started succeeds. We also suggest that the city look to identify other community responses beyond those shifted to departments so far that are still being handled by BPD, yet could also better be addressed by other city departments. And then, as mentioned earlier by Councilors Bach and Campbell, we encouraged the city to look to identify any positions within BPD that do not require sworn, highly trained, well-paid officers to do the job. Superintendent Hassan referenced administration functions performed by other people. Public safety dispatch is a common example that comes up as something that could be performed by civilians, but it's also a contentious example as the shift to civilian dispatch decreases the number of positions available solely to police officers, to union members. Superintendent Hassan also noted that some such changes from a police officer staffing position to civilian staffing would likely require negotiations with unions, while others could allow reassignment without bargaining. The timing is really opportune now to address changes that require bargaining, as the 4 major police contracts expire June 30th and are up for renegotiation now. Thank you for your time this morning. I am happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much for those remarks. Does anybody have a question for the Research Bureau? Seeing none right now, I would just say we're going to continue to use you as a resource, and are grateful for you testifying today, Pam.
Happy to do so. Thank you for your time.
I had a quick question.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair?
Yep, President Janey.
Hello. Just wondering if you had any clear, specific ideas around curbing overtime that you would share either now or in the future?
I think the first one is this dynamic where, as Commissioner Gross says, this department wears too many hats. If they're doing tasks that do not need their expertise, moving those to another department, I would imagine, reduces the overall load on the Boston Police Department, which should therefore allow more officers to be more available to address policing specific needs. And so I would certainly hope that getting some of those other needs out of the department to places where they can be well served, or perhaps even better served elsewhere, would free up some of these officers from responding to calls that are not necessarily in need of a well-trained police, in need of a police officer who's well-trained for policing. But that's at a very broad level. I think to better answer your question in detail, we, as I mentioned, are still looking to get from the city some more specific data, including how overtime is managed now, everywhere from the district level all the way to the commissioner's office. So we are very interested in seeing the details of that process and who participates and at what level, to see what opportunities or challenges lie in that process. Perhaps at some districts compared to others, there may be more or less interest in focusing on managing overtime hours.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're now going to jump to a second round of questions. I know that Budget Director Justin Sterrett has to leave in a moment at 12:30, and I had a couple questions for him, so I'm going to ask them quickly and before he has to go. So Justin, I guess my biggest concern about sort of the conversation we've had today is that although we've talked about a bunch of potential levers for bringing down overtime, we're not looking yet at a plan that says this is how much we're saving we're going to aim to save in XYZ way. And when I think about, and this is how we're going to have our district captains be asked to do something different, or this is a policing practice that maybe, I think of some of the policing practices like the FIO stops that, are really, really troubling a bunch of our neighborhoods. And so you think about, is there a practice in policing that we could change? And obviously, there's the longer term question about alternative response agencies that we could set up that we can't, you can't utilize necessarily in the next few months. But what I want to know is from an A&F perspective, where, you guys are the fiscal folks making sure that the department doesn't go beyond its budget. What is the plan for kind of like monitoring benchmarks and making sure that we're kind of making progress towards saving this nearly $25 million?
It's a great question, Counselor, and thank you for asking it, and thank you for everyone for your time and attention today. I think there's really three things that we're thinking about as sort of the A&F function of working with the BPD over time to help get it down. I think one is going to absolutely be working with the BPD constantly and on a monthly basis to track the hours versus what we have planned for. I think that's going to require, and I think that's probably why we don't have a sort of dollars to dollar analysis of it, is because this is going to require constant adjustment on a probably weekly basis. I think, as Lisa mentioned, every district and captain is going to get different hours that we're going to have to work with and try to aggregate on a monthly and quarterly basis. So I think that's certainly one of the roles that we'll play. I think there's really three other concrete roles that we'll play. And one is actually a bit of a convener. There are a lot of calls that BPD gets, whether they're related to the Parks Department or transportation, like towing cars, or coordinating better with EMS. So I think one of the roles that the administration will play is bring those partners together to better assign out those calls as they come in. So as opposed to sending an officer to a parks question, or really an EMS question, or really a BTD question, I think that's certainly one of the areas that we'll be working with them on. I think the second, and I think I'm heartened that so many counselors spoke today about the need for more officers. The recent budget passed, actually for the first time in recent memory, actually included funding for 2 police classes this year. So we'll be working with BPD very closely, both for their first class in the fall, but as well as a follow-up class in the spring, that I think will both sort of bolster the numbers of officers that we have, but also help bring down some overtime costs with hopefully getting some more officers on the streets sooner rather than later. So I think that was a great point that many of the counselors brought up today. And the last, and I think certainly not least, but certainly I think one of the most impactful, we'll be working with BPD through our, whether it's our health department, our health insurance department, our HR department, on the officers returning to work. I think that is one of the areas that we can make the soonest impact in terms of getting real bodies back into the street. I think the number 94 is how many bodies we basically need to fill to make sure that we have a fully staffed district. And I think that is the what I would describe as sort of the place we were going to go to first. It's both a short-term and long-term plan, and I think the A&F cabinet in City Hall is dedicated to providing the resources, whether it's working with them on technology, working with them on HR or workforce-related developments, is really, I think, the role that we will play. And I think at the end of the day, we've been fortunate over the last 4 or 5 years to be able to cover BPD overtime deficits either within the BPD budget or through other surpluses, through either increased revenue or extra spending by other departments. We simply don't have that benefit going into this year. We have already cut $65 million out of the budget for FY21, thanks to the council's work on that. So we really need to be mindful of it fiscally, more so than we ever have before. And not that we haven't done it before. I think one of the things that you'll see in the analysis that Lisa put up on slide 2 is that we've been sort of trying to hold the hours constant with the police department over the last 4 or 5 years, and trying to hold them, hold everyone accountable to trying to reach those hours. And there's certainly been times over the last couple of years when we've exceeded that. I think we actually, to Lisa's point, felt pretty good about FY20 prior to COVID and prior to some of the protests, which I think if you saw on that slide represented about at least $6 million worth of cost, which would have put us much closer in line with FY20 projections that we were thinking about earlier in the year. So I think a combination of sort of those 3 concrete steps is, in addition to sort of monthly monitoring with both BPD and sort of leadership in the administration, as well as the sort of stark fiscal reality that we need to manage to our appropriation this year.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, we'll be following up from this hearing where there's a lot of specific information that I think the council still needs. And I think, one piece is sort of facts on the ground about overtime in the department, but another piece is kind of, what are the component pieces of this plan that you're going to be monitoring that will get us where we need to be? Because I don't think, so far, I can't tell sort of at scale which pieces of this we're going to get done. And I do remember that in the updated, resubmitted FY21 budget that we received, I think that, the 12 million had been sort of hypothetically found by zeroing out overtime in a lot of the department's non-field operations, so sort of a bunch of the other bureaus. And I think today we've talked almost exclusively about field operations. So I don't think, it seems like there's a bunch of ground still to cover there.
Lisa, the specifics of the departmental allocations among the different departments on the budgets, but I think Lisa alluded to the work that she does and the work that the department does to sort of assign hours on a weekly basis. That's really where the meat and potatoes, I think, the tracking is going to come into place. We're only 3 weeks into the year, so we haven't sort of seen, I think, enough data yet to see how we're tracking fully. We're still in the midst of COVID, in the midst of additional officers being required for protests. So I think it's something that we're still managing to, and I think that the commitment is there, I think, universally to get to this number, both from a fiscal perspective, but also from a management perspective, and also from a long-term commitment to bring on more officers so that this overtime number can come down while maintaining the same high-quality service that BPD is providing.
Yeah, and I would just say that I think there's a really important role for civilian oversight here. I think that the last time BPD significantly cut its overtime budget, which was a while back, there was a lot. There were actually civilian command staff members brought in, and I think right now we really need the kind of the active management process tracking. And I guess the main thing is I think we have a lot of great processes in place, I'm sure, and I know that Lisa has her fingers on a lot of this data, but it's just whatever's going to bring this number down by this much money this year has to be new controls, right? Because the old controls weren't delivering this to us. But thank you, Justin. And I know you've got to leave, so I appreciate you being here for 2.5 hours with us. And I know that we've still got the department here on the line, and I want to give my colleague and co-sponsor, Councillor Campbell, the chance to ask the second round of questions.
Thank you, Councillor Bach, and I'll just jump right in. So I will tell you, after 2.5 hours, I'm a bit frustrated because right now, if our goal is to ensure that there is a sustainable reduction in our police department's overtime budget, so not just realizing this nearly $25 million, but making sure it's sustainable going forward, right? We don't want to save 25 and then next year talk about $25 million growing, of course, in the overtime budget. So I see it as twofold: a sustainable reduction in the nearly $25 million overtime budget that we committed to save, and then, of course, increasing coverage within every single district, because we are getting calls from folks on the ground saying they don't have enough coverage in their districts, which I think has come up even before this conversation on overtime and COVID-19. And so right now, it's important that we have specifics, because I'll give you one example. When we had a budget hearing on Boston Public Schools, the department said they were going to save $10 million in the transportation budget, which is over $120 million. They came back to us in the following year, and I'd asked tough questions on how are you going to realize that. They came back the following year. They had not realized that $10 million. They didn't, I don't think, realize $5 million. And the overall budget went up and continues to go up. And so, frankly, that was a total waste of time. And so right now we have an opportunity to realize, well, we committed to the public to realize savings of 12 million, but what we've learned from this hearing, it's really 25. And so I don't see how we reduce the overtime cost without sort of the reallocation of personnel back to the districts, right? And so I guess one question is, you know, we've talked in high level about various strategies. If the administration is serious about realizing that nearly 25 million, there has to be specific commitments as to how we're going to do that. So whether it is actually in the short term, putting civilians in roles in which officers are doing administrative tasks or other tasks and sending those officers back to the districts, back to the streets. The second, of course, is looking at what Councilor O'Malley also brought up, you know, these shift length experiments in other municipalities is a possibility. Another, of course, is not only either thinking about eliminating some of the specialized units, or at least in this moment, reducing some of those specialized units to send some of that personnel back to the district. That's actually a real possibility. So there are a lot of possibilities on the table as to how we could realize this 25 million and at the same time ensure that our districts have coverage and adequate officers to cover their district needs. But until we have commitments as to how we're going to do that, this is all going to be a total waste of time. And so I really want to hear from the administration what their commitments are. What pieces of this they're actually going to do, because otherwise time is going to run out, and we'll be back here talking about how we did not realize these savings and how it's, and in no way will we have produced a strategy to ensure that overtime reductions are sustainable long-term, so that we're not continuing to see our overtime budget within the police budget go up. And so I'm a bit confused, frankly, because I hear you, Superintendent. I hear you, Lisa. You know, obviously you want to realize this goal. You want to make sure that there's coverage at the district level, and that replacement costs are a huge driver of this. So I don't see how we do it if we don't have commitments with respect to civilians, you know, shifting some of these specialized units, doing some more within the collective bargaining conversation around the 4.5-hour minimum, et cetera. We can be talking about it, but we need specifics and commitments. So that's what I'm looking to hear more about. And lastly, so I guess I have two questions. One is, what are some concrete commitments that we could leave this hearing with as to what we're going to do? And then the second is, going back to the replacement costs, what is the current end of the year replacement cost? And do we as a city have the power, without going through collective bargaining, to shift that cost, to change that cost?
I don't understand that question. Shift the cost where?
So in the beginning, we were talking about the replacement cost, right?
Yep.
And I think what's the current replacement cost number? I'm trying to pull up my notes here.
What, in dollars? It was
The cost of
$18 million.
replacement for last year.
In dollars, our total replacement cost was 382,000 hours. We have an average hourly overtime rate that both the folks in A&F and myself here at the BPD use. Collectively, we make sure that we're always in check, that we're working with the same numbers. Roughly, that's about 25.2 million in replacement costs.
Okay.
And that's always give or take counselor hours or an adjustment for the average hourly rate, but it would be pretty close.
Okay.
Of that, I'd say that 67% or 68% relates specifically to replacement as a result of injury, vacation, and sick. There are other replacement costs that we do that there's small bits here and there, but it does add up.
Right. So the question is, what is the department doing to address those minimum manning replacement costs per shift every day? Right. And obviously, I'm not rushing to get officers who are deemed sick back on the job for coverage. Really pushing us to think creatively about whether it's the specialized units, civilians filling certain roles, whatever it might take in the short term. You know, this is an experiment, right? To get more coverage at the district level and to save us money with respect to these replacement costs. I would like to see more specifics and commitments with respect to that.
One thing we're doing, again, it could, you know, I don't know how to categorize it, short-term, long-term, however, but Justin made reference to it. We're going to have with plans for meeting with other city agencies, departments, and start shifting some of those calls that we currently go to that don't really require a police presence. So whether it's a towed motor vehicle or an 8-year-old child out of control on a school bus, like we don't. So we're going to do all those things, but it's going to take time to be reflected in the cost of service. But simultaneous
No, and I hear
to
you,
that,
Superintendent, and I do think that is one strategy of many, right, that we could be exploring, directing some calls from 911 to other departments to show up so our officers can give coverage on more pressing 911 calls. But the problem right now from our perspective, at least from my perspective on the council side, is these are just ideas. At what point do they become commitments?
No, these are going to be,
the time.
those are going to be reality. That's actually happening. And the other thing that we're doing, Counselor, is we're evaluating other programs and so there's a program called Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon. It's been adopted by the Austin Police Department in Texas, and we're working with the mayor's office to implement that program. So there's a lot, like there isn't one clear-cut thing that can be done. It's like I said, multifaceted strategy that every approach is just going to take a little piece and get the number
because I
that
see the gavel, I think, through you, Chair, what would be really helpful to me is we have listed a whole bunch of strategies to realize this 25 million and hopefully to do it in a sustainable way so that we're talking about reducing overtime even more. The question remains is which strategies are we going to adopt? By when we begin to implement those, with an actual time frame of months, years, because obviously we don't have years, but some of these, based on this conversation today, could take years. So I would love to see that because right now that part is still unclear. And if it's still unclear at this point, I do not see how we realize and actualize that commitment by the administration in a timely manner. And this is, just based on our conversation today, based on what we heard, looking forward to continued conversations as well. I appreciate the administration being here, Superintendent Hassan, Superintendent White, and Lisa, thank you. And thank you, Councilor Bach. I see the gavel.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell. Councilor O'Malley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the previous speaker, Councilor Campbell, just sort of brought up some really interesting and important points, which underscores a real importance of this hearing today. I'm thinking back to 2012 when I helped pass, under then Mayor Menino, the Boston Energy Reporting and Disclosure Ordinance, BERDO, which was sent to help make our buildings more energy efficient. And essentially what it was measuring the output of efficiency of our buildings and working to make it more efficient. Very simple premise, but I think it's something that I've taken with me on certainly my performance as a counselor, my team's performance, and I think as we look both at efficacy and effectiveness, rather, and making sure that we're looking at addressing some of these costs, that's a very simple way that we can do it. So I was heartened to hear, I know he had to leave, but Justin mentioning as he ticked off some of the strategies, tracking the overtime hours on a monthly basis. So through you, Madam Chair, I'm wondering if we would be able to receive that information monthly as well, because I think, as you've heard from all of my colleagues who've spoken, and virtually everyone has been on this call, or nearly everyone's been on this call, we all have some good ideas and but we also recognize the fact that we don't have all the answers. So it's really going to take a portfolio approach. So, other things Justin had mentioned, looking at calls regarding, parks calls or BTD as it relates to towing or EMS, that seems to be a good strategy. Funding for additional classes, which will help with some of the attrition rate, as well as working on returning officers to be able to return to work in a safe way. Obviously, I think we all think those are all laudable goals, and it's going to take a lot of them, so we're all committed to that. I'm wondering if you can speak with some more specificity, I don't know, Ms. O'Brien, if this would be you or Superintendent Hassan, on the PowerPoint you had mentioned, long-term reform, 80 to 100 sworn personnel civilians to replace administrative positions. That was one of the strategies you talked about. Can you just talk sort of generally what those positions would be like? I'm not looking for specific people, but could you talk?
Again, right now, Council, we are taking inventory of those positions because some of them would be impacted by collective bargaining agreement. Others would be at the discretion of the police commissioner. Some of them are just, a clerk to assist the captain in the district. Super, you might even want to mention some of the sworn personnel that you had while you were district captain, and other police officers within headquarters that are performing administrative roles right now that we think give some up in the BFS, the Bureau of Field Services. We're looking at some that might be performed by civilians down in Hackney, maybe potentially licensing. So we're looking at every one of those to say, can that function be performed by civilians, and will it be allowed to be functioned by civilian, whether it's based on collective bargaining agreement or based on actually any city ordinance or law, for example, like licensing, one that you'd have to be very careful because it's the issuance of license to carry. So in some respects, you need officers there, but then other aspects of that role, you might not need officers there. So we are actively pursuing that. We are working on that right now. And I just want to point out too, Councilor Maddox, I track the overtime on a weekly basis. We look at that continuously looking at that.
No, I know you do. I didn't mean to suggest that you weren't on top of that. I meant more.
No, and that's, I just want to make sure that my role here is to report, point, show where I see some areas where we might be going over, show some areas where we might be pulling it back, and report that out to the appropriate command staff and district captains to see how they can do a better job with that and managing that more accordingly.
And I guess to that point, this wasn't on my list of questions, but are we obviously there was an increase through the end of the fiscal year, which ended June 30th. Are we ahead of where we were for the first 3 or 4 weeks of July?
Well, we do a look back of every 3 weeks, only because of the amount of time that the officer is allowed to get the overtime slips in. So, if I look at the second week in July, we look relatively lower than we did the week of the 4th of July. But 4th of July, we had, we had quite a few officers out there present as a result of the fireworks and what has been going on.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be an accurate for me statement until I run the numbers again because of the three-week look back.
And that's an increase over last year at the same time.
The 4th of July is higher than it was last year.
Last year, okay. And I guess that might be just more sort of not interesting, but helpful to us to sort of look at a comparison of this year over last year. Obviously, there are a number of vigils and a number of overtime shifts for the month of June, particularly. I would venture a guess that we were probably lower for most of April and May over last year, just given the pandemic and
well,
we do.
That may not be true, Councilor, because we had a high cost of replacement. That's when the COVID struck, and we were at one point we had 400 or 500 officers.
Okay, that's a fair point, Sue. So,
but I also, true, Councilor, just pardon me for interrupting that. We also do. We look at every month. We look at it when we do a projection. We kind of look at like what happened last year compared to last year that might have caused our hours to go extremely high versus extremely low this year. And so we try to normalize that for the remainder of the year. And not count that in our run rate, so to speak, because there are certain, like, we really thought that we would get closer to our budget number as a result of the pandemic because of the special events that weren't going on. But as you can see, and I think that we lowered some of our costs throughout the year, but as you can see, those costs are running upwards of roughly like $12 million.
So, and those are those non-recurring costs you talked about?
Non-recurring costs. The demonstrations or the marches was almost up to $6 million. We doubled what we normally do for those gang cars, the additional gang or patrol cars, community problem response, but also to mass cast is another area that, police presence is wanted there. It's wanted there, and that was something that we did not have in last year's numbers as well.
Can you just briefly talk a little bit, another strategy that was included in the PowerPoint says search warrant will be executed by on-duty personnel during on-duty hours when feasible. Do you know offhand, and this may be a little bit esoteric, but do you know how many search warrants are typically executed off-duty right now? or during overtime? It was just, that struck me as an interesting phrase. Can you explain why that's something we ought to be doing and how much money you think it could theoretically save us?
No, we don't have that number, Counselor, but I think most of them are done on duty. So what happens is they extend into, so once you go into a place, sometimes they'll extend beyond the shift, which causes a lot of the overtime. But I think most of them are on duty, but we don't have that number. That's just my best guess.
Okay, that's helpful for this round. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Malley. Next up is Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, do you have further questions?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, and thank you to everyone, especially our folks from the police department, for all your testimony this morning. It's been very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Asabi George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a quick question on the impacts of, during this COVID-19 pandemic time, the cancellation of court and parades and some other larger scale events. I know that they've been offset by a few other things with officers out sick, which was terribly unfortunate because I know it was a huge burden for your department. And then the demonstrations and the rallies. Did we, and I don't know, maybe you did this in part of the presentation, but I don't recall. Have we looked at all about any savings because of those cancellations and changes to what we've been doing and hosting as a city?
We thought we were going to have savings, but because of the demand of the replacement cost, Counselor, that far exceeded any potential savings that we were going to realize.
Okay.
But we do track those special events, Counselor. So we track on the ComStat report that I prepare for the overtime component of ComStat, we do track special events. We track the cost and the hours. We also, sometimes special events like the 4th of July, obviously was not during this period, but depending on when the 4th of July falls, whether it's a weekend or if it's in the middle of the week, will definitely impact the cost each year. We do track that, and we have a listing. On average, I would say our special events, anywhere between $3.5 million, upwards of $5 million if we win a Super Bowl or have a World Series and a parade. And that would drive, and some unusual items that might get factored in that significantly might impact those special event hours.
Great. And then on the, I know that someone had asked some hours. I think Councilor Arroyo maybe asked some hours, and Councilor Mejia on tracking, asked some questions around tracking the hours around court time. Do we know what the average amount of time in court is? Because I know you're tracking hours worked versus hours paid.
I wouldn't have that information readily available. I don't know if the court supervisors could provide that. We could drill a little bit deeper, but I don't know if that would pop automatically just by looking at hours.
No, they wouldn't have that, Lisa. That's all handwritten, and that's a sign-in sheet. So, but we could probably get it through. Maybe we could get it through PeopleSoft, but we don't have that information.
Yeah, I mean, if we're requiring or have that requirement of a 90-hour max work week, then I imagine it's got to be there somewhere if we're considering the time worked versus the time scheduled. And I think around the staffing levels, I think that's a real need for our district. It's something that is talked about very widely since I joined the council 4.5 years ago. And hear that the numbers may be shifting from the typical 100 to 200 police officers additional that we need to maybe up to upwards of 500, thinking about population growth, thinking about the city growth, thinking about the changing or added population to areas like the South Boston waterfront. It's really important that we take a look at making sure that we right-size our police force, and thinking about the increase in the number of officers retired. That really concerns me when we have such a significantly large number in comparison to who would have been forced to retire because of age. And I'm just generally really concerned about police officers being out too long for those physical injuries. So appreciate the work that's done to shrink that time. But more than anything, I'm really worried about officers that are out for mental health issues, and how do we do a better job supporting those officers to get them back to work. I think that will have a real impact on those overtime numbers, but that's good for the officer. It's good for the officer's family to make sure that we're taking care of their mental health and their physical health, making sure that any injuries are repaired, safely and quickly, but quickly get them back to work so that there aren't this increase in delays. So I have a couple of other questions, but I think I'm going to review the hearing and the presentation to make sure that they weren't already asked, and forward them along as needed. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, both for your service, but also for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Sabi George. Next up, Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilor Bach. And my questioning was similar to Councilor Sabi George, her questioning. But I want, I think we really need several hundred more police officers so we can deal with the forced overtime issue. I'm just wondering, is that factored into long-term financial planning from the police department and the mayor's office, knowing that maybe just putting on 100 police officers a year may not be enough, that we might have to put on 200 or 300?
Council, we work collectively with the folks over at A&F, with the mayor's key staff over there, and we work every year at budget season. We try to take a look at how many people are retired, how many people do we anticipate retiring the following budget year. But I do want to point out that, as Justin indicated earlier, as a result of looking at our staffing needs and retirement, we actually have 2 classes in our budget this year. One is for roughly a class of 110 in the fall, and one is going to be for a smaller class in the spring of 69. The initial class was supposed to be 120, and we brought it down a little bit for spacing issues with respect to COVID, social distancing, and how large our facility is. But we did receive 2 classes this year in the city's budget, working with the 8 folks over in A&F.
Well, that's good information. Thank you for that update, Lisa. We appreciate it. Lisa, I was wondering, or the superintendent, whoever may want to answer it, if we go over the police overtime allocated funds, we still obviously need the police to continue in the manning, continue doing the work and making sure manning hours in the area is covered. But where does that money come from? Or where is it allocated from?
Well, we look at other areas, obviously, because we're public safety. And again, I'm not saying it's right, but we are allowed to go over our overtime budget because we will not compromise public safety. But we look at all ways to tighten our belt in other areas to offset that deficit. So, for example, if we have any salary savings, if we have any money left over in contractual services for various reasons, we might have some savings. Hopefully that narrows the deficit. So overall, we get to our overall police budget or pretty close to it. And that's how we close out the deficit or the gap when we do go over the overtime. And like I said, I work directly with A&F and make sure that, if we have fuel savings, if we have litigation savings, all that comes into play to offset the deficit. So overall, as a budget, we can close.
Thank you. And then my final question, I know it was referenced a couple of times. Previously, I worked in the probation department for 10 years and worked with the Boston police on a lot of probation surrendered. But when the police would arrive at, say, Suffolk Superior Courthouse at the start of the first session at 9:30, the list would be called. Say there'd be 25 cases on the list that they go through. But my point is, just because the police are there, or the DA is there, or the defense counsel is there. It still takes a lot of preparation work prior to the hearing with the judge. So it's very common for probation surrender when we subpoena in the police officers that the police officer would be there at least 4 hours or more. And that's we've had that several days. We'll have that several times in a day, in each week. But I just hearing people saying that the police would show up for court for 5 minutes and then get paid for 4 hours. I haven't seen that. I've seen just the opposite, that the police are there for a long period of time and doing preparation work that is critical as part of their job, working closely with the district attorney's office. There might be victims there that they may have to talk to. They might have to talk to the judge or the clerk. So there's a lot of preparation work prior to the actual hearing. So I just wanted to provide that little bit of background information. I don't know if it's helpful to anybody, but based on my experience, the police are in the courthouse for at least 4 hours, as far as I've seen, based on my 10 years experience at Suffolk Superior Court. Thank you, Councilor Bach. Thank you to Councilor Campbell and to the professional police officers and staff that are here as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Arroyo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just push back really briefly on the idea that officers are in court for the entire 4 hours or not there for less than 15 minutes. I have seen that personally. I was a public defender in Roxbury and in Dorchester District Court, and we had officers who would arrive just to drop off police reports and leave. So there's certainly been times when officers are in court, not for an entirety of 4 hours, but I don't believe that's either here or there on this. In terms of the extended tours section of the slides, and we can go back to that. 29% of the extended tours are for investigations, what's labeled as investigations, and then another 29%, and that is the highest percentage of the pie, so they're equally matched, is for what's known as all other. I don't know what that all other is, and everything else is kind of broken down. For instance, COVID-19 is 2%. And so is there a fast answer for what makes up all other on that extended tours?
Yes, Counselor. That could be anything that occurs on a district. So again, if you say you got a late call on a car accident and it's 7:25, you get the call, you have to go, and they'll straighten out at the scene. They come back, they'll do the reports, or they get like I said earlier, a sudden death call, which is, could be an elderly person passed away. You get hung up. It could be basically it's writing reports on incidents that you get at the end of your calls.
Okay. And then, so basically that would be like you worked a full shift, but something comes in at the end that you have to cover. Is that basically the gist?
Right. Yeah. So it comes in at, say, 7:20. You get a multi-car accident at Hyde Park and River. And you have to go down there and manage it, then help people get to the hospital, and then do the reports that's required.
Okay.
And that could be like 2-3 hours.
Okay, that I could see that. So basically the idea is that 29% is you pick up something at the end of your shift, and then you obviously have to write a report on it. Because it was your case, you're the only person who could write a report on it. And so the extended tour is the writing of the report?
Basically, yeah. Handling all the procedures that are involved in correctly and thoroughly handling that particular incident.
Okay. And then I have a question about the police contract specifically allows for police officers to swap their tours of duty. How often does that occur, and is that tracked? In other words, if an officer... Yeah, so you're aware of what I'm speaking about. It is tracked, you said?
It's tracked. Well, they have to submit a request, and an analysis is done by the command, generally the captain, on the needs of the district, and then he either approves it or denies it. And, you know, sometimes they're very difficult to deny because, again, these officers are under a lot of stress. They need time off, but you know, so you have to, you know, weigh all the factors and you make your decisions accordingly. So, but, you know, under these circumstances, you know, obviously it's going to be a you know, more tighter control on whether it's allowed or not.
So do we know what the percentage of swaps tours are?
Percentage? No, I don't. I don't even know if we could get it.
Okay. In terms of the current cost that we've, I think it was close to 6 million. I think it was 5.7 million for protests within the last 3 months.
Yes, that's correct.
Who makes the determination as to how many officers are dispatched to each demonstration?
Well, there's a bunch. It's like a committee, a special events committee. There's a bunch of people that get involved in that decision.
Could you just, so for instance, would the commissioner be on the special event committee?
The commissioner, he'd review the plan, but he wouldn't be part of the plan. There'd be like a couple of different entities within the police department. It would be the bureau chiefs and some of their you know, assistants. So maybe like BFS, because they have a lot of experience in handling these. There'd be some consultation with the BFS is the field services, some consultation with the investigative services, and also with the
And how often, you know, I think not all of these demonstrations have obviously gone through a permitting process. How often are they, how quickly are these put together, these steering committees that decide this? You could have, say, 24-hour notice. What happens in that situation, or 48-hour notice? What happens in a situation like that?
Well, depends on like the size, the potential size of the location, and that's what they decide. I mean, I'm personally not on that, but that's just, they have to take all the factors that they have at that moment, and then they make the best decisions that they can. That's all.
And do you mind just telling us what factors those are?
You know, like location.
Yeah.
You know, potential, like we don't know how many people are showing up, but potential size, you know, if it's just things like that.
And is there a clean metric? Is it like you want like if the size of a demonstration might be 1,000 people, is there a certain ratio of officers that you're looking for?
No, there isn't. Not that I know of. I mean, again, I'm not part of that, but not that I know of.
And so it's just the bureau chiefs on that?
No.
To your knowledge?
They weigh in on the, you know, on the plan, so to speak, but it's generally people that have a lot of experience in planning for those activities.
All right. The only reason I raise this is it's a substantial amount. You know, 5.7 million is quite a bit. I think it's the largest number in increases that you presented in the current year for overtime. And so it's just a question of what the process is to get that set up internally within the force in terms of who's deciding just how much force is coming to these demonstrations. But thank you for your time. I see the gavel, and I'll email any other questions.
I can give you, Counselor, is that 99% of the officers generally don't want to, you know, that these aren't activities they particularly, because some of them may share the same sentiment that people that are demonstrating. So it's, you know, they understand that we have to provide public safety. That's the only role that we're there.
Yeah, no, and I'm not intimating that they somehow share or don't share the you know, beliefs of the protest or demonstration that they're at. More so just who's deciding how many of these officers have to do something they don't want to do by being there, and how that decision is being made.
Yeah, well, again, the overriding factor is, you know, safety, everybody's safety. That's all we care about.
Thank you all for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Mejia?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, great. So I just have a few questions. Back in November, Commissioner Gross commissioned, I believe, a report to identify the issues of overtime and pay. I'm just wondering if that information has been made available yet?
I'm sorry, what report was that?
It was, I believe, around looking at overtime within the police department and some of the discrepancies that existed.
I'm not aware of that.
I'm not aware of that, Counselor, but I can certainly find out.
Okay. Okay, hold on one second. So then I can follow up really quick. I'm just also curious in terms of detail. Is this something that you all are also putting in the budget as like the detail? Because right now I just, when you drive by work sites, whether it be Eversource or National Grid, there are folks, we see police officers out on these details. Is there any way that we can have Eversource and the Verizon and these other private companies pay for those details?
They pay for the detail. All those, I just want to back up, all paid details, which we do is on the police officer's own time. They're paid by private vendors, and the city collects a 10% admin fee for those details that go directly into the general fund. The only time there might not be an admin fee collected by the city if it's between intergovernmental agencies, such as like we're doing a detail that's contracted to the state. Obviously, we're not going to charge the state the 10% admin fee and vice versa, but the money that we generate for paid details is strictly the vendor pays us to pay the officer, in addition to a 10% admin fee that goes directly into the general fund. It's not part of our overtime budget or our operating budget. It's totally paid by private vendors.
Okay, great.
Well, sometimes it becomes part of it when the vendor doesn't pay, but.
Yeah, but I will say that my team, my detail manager, and my folks in my reimbursable overtime department, they work continuously cold calling, emailing, and then they do a great job in collecting those funds. And I think we've done a really good job.
Very few don't pay. Very few don't pay, but the large utilities are always pay. So
yeah, they're great. And we work with the city too on those that are delinquent, getting dunning notices out and trying to think of creative ways to get collection from them. I mean, we even started like payment plans. We really want to get that down, but the folks in finance here have done a great job both on the reimbursable side and also on the paid detail side to make sure that we collect the appropriate dollars and the 10% admin fee, but that goes to the general fund.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm also curious about, I know that we've been asking for data in terms of who is put on these details, not just the details, who's taking advantage of the overtime. And I'm just curious if when that information becomes available, is that something that will be public?
I mean, we can provide any information on the performance of overtime and details, but I wouldn't necessarily think that it's taken advantage. I just think we can provide that detail on the overtime that was worked and get that information to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as you know, Council, every February and March, the newspapers publish that information.
Yeah, one more question. In November, I guess this is the question that I wanted to ask. In November, the Boston Globe reported that Commissioner Gross ordered a payroll review. Do you have any information on that? That's what I want to get at.
No.
No, I do not.
Sorry, I don't have it either.
I believe that's the one that Superintendent Eddings is working on. But there hasn't been a report generated yet, but there has been some actions taken by Superintendent Eddings. We can follow up on that a little more.
So I know that this was supposed to be a hearing, and we're trying to, I'm going to assume, Councilor Bach, that there's going to be a lot of follow-up to a lot of these questions that we have. And
yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
But Councilor Mejia, do you have anything else further right now?
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Okay, I have some more questions, but I'm going to first I know Councilor Campbell has to go and just wanted to say a quick word. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Brock. This was a long hearing, so I just wanted to thank you, Superintendent White, Superintendent Hassan, and Lisa for being here, for answering every question. I know you guys are extremely busy, so to take this amount of time today, really appreciate it. Appreciate you. Lisa, I know we work closely together, so thank you so much. It's great to see you. Great to see you guys. Stay safe and healthy. And thank you, Councilor Brock. Your list of questions. One question to ask that didn't really come up is the dollars will obviously be reallocated somewhere. If we could get more detail as to the where and to the who, that would be helpful too. And thank you. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell. Yeah, so I had another round of questions, a few quick ones for you all in person, and then some I think that maybe I might put on the record, but they're probably follow-up questions. So one question is just right at the start, Superintendent, you talked about the minimum staffing levels, and what I couldn't tell was whether we actually reassess those regularly, or if the formula was sort of done a while back and we operate on that. And I asked that because I represent a few parts of the city where there's been substantial increases in population. You referenced the seaport, the same thing is true around North Station, and it doesn't necessarily seem like we've updated our minimum staffing levels. And so I'm just curious how often that's, and also I would think that as we're looking for efficiencies, asking ourselves, where do we have, too many or too few officers would be helpful. So I'm just wondering how often those are reevaluated.
Yeah, as far as I know, I think most of the districts are still running kind of low as far as minimum manning standards. But we haven't upped our standings manpower in a few years that I could recall, just because of being hampered by the amount of officers that we have on the department right now.
So sorry, Superintendent, I'm talking less about sort of increasing and more just reanalyzing, like how often does because for instance, we have some districts in the city, in the police districts, that are much larger than others. And there's sort of, it's a legacy that they're that area. Sometimes you think about A1 or, it includes a lot of space where we didn't used to have maybe as much activity. I'm just curious, like how often do we actually go back and look again at the whole question of what our minimum staffing levels are at these places?
Every few years, Council, but we haven't done it like Superintendent White said in a couple of years. So, but every district, like you said, is experienced, and you're going to see this in the census, but I just know it anecdotally, is an increase in population. So to answer your question, I think that every district would be, if we did, another analysis, probably require more, probably, I don't know, but probably an additional service unit or something.
Mm-hmm. Right. Although on the other hand, I was reading the audit from 2015, and one of the points it made was that, crime in the city is down if you look over the decade or more. And so there is there's a little bit of a question about what are you solving for in terms of
cost of services are up though, because again, like for instance, you mentioned A1, that on a daily basis expands to more than 1 million people. So with all them people coming into downtown, they, it's more demand for like car accidents, requests for whatever. It's just the cost of services increase.
Right. And I think that really raises this question that the BMRB has raised and others have raised about, what are the calls for service that we're routing to police? Because I think, it feels like we want to be focusing our police resources on crime and really sort of targeting it at the things where the training is the most helpful. But that's helpful to know. So those haven't been revised for a few years. And then I was wondering, and this might be Lisa for you. So, because, we get the 10% additional on the details. And so I had been thinking about details as as cost neutral or even, generating a bit of revenue for the department. But it seems like when you dig into how many people we have on the detail assigning desks and all the administrative paperwork, and then there's the invisible factors of our people going on vacation in order to take a detail. But even just the visible factors, like I think there's some reporting that had suggested in the past that BPD is spending more on that whole detail allocation process than we're getting in that 10%. And I think it raises the question of whether we should be doing all the details as police work.
We did do an analysis back, I want to say it was in either 2015 and 2016, what it would look like if we replaced the folks that are in the detail at the districts and at the paid detail unit, replace them with civilians, and what the savings would be for the city, and what that would mean in terms of going revenue into the general fund. And we've been discussing that just recently about dusting that off the shelf and updating it to reflect 2020 numbers. But we've done that analysis before, Councillor, and just some of that analysis was cost savings to the city if we went to civilianization on some positions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what about in the 2015 audit, it talked about the fact that there are some jobs, like for instance, like our community service officers, most of them I think work a kind of Monday to Friday. I think actually the superintendent mentioned like a 5-2, but obviously a ton of the work is going, not in COVID times, but ordinarily a ton of the work is going to evening community events. It's going to weekend community events. So you're structuring a job where like they're ending up doing a ton of overtime because it's outside of their regular hours. But in some sense, that work is the meat of the job. That's the community connection. So I'm wondering, like, if you guys have looked at changing the hours of jobs like that, and just in general thinking about roles that implicate certain hours of the day and whether they're lined up with the default ones.
Yeah, Counselor, so like I said, I was in charge of 3 different districts. And so I'm very familiar with the community service officer or office. But so what people do is they'll have a couple of, for the day, because there's a high demand with the kids and everything, but we generally have 1 or 2 at night so they can handle all the, community meetings and any type of community event that occurs at night. So, but if they turn into large events, then, they'll get together and kind of handle them together. But we do take care of those by splitting up the shifts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I was curious. It had been flagged in 2015 as a sort of recurring issue, along with the idea that some of the specialized units were sort of routinely working early and late, even as their staffing increased. So I'm partly trying to understand, when I go back and read the 2015 audit, which of those things were actually acted on by the department.
I can't answer that.
I
don't know if we're talking, I read that, if we're talking about the same audit.
Yeah, the PSSG audit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did, honestly, I'm going to be honest here. I didn't think it was a very good job, but I don't think they had many good suggestions. I think they just kind of recounted what we had going and didn't really make any solid recommendations, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, well, I think it would be helpful to know. Certainly, the audit suggests that there was going to be some kind of strategic plan response coming out of it, and I think they did make some recommendations. And if the department has reasons to think those recommendations didn't make sense, I would still hope there'd be some kind of documentation of that.
Yeah.
I know, and Lisa, has there been a shift in, like, one of the things they commented on was that the sort of default parceling out of the overtime hours to the different divisions and units and stuff, sort of based on what they'd had historically often, might have sometimes encouraged, for certain folks, it's not enough for their work and they're having to ask for more overtime hours, but for some divisions and units, it might be a case of looking for overtime opportunities to get up to that. And so they were saying they didn't know if it made as much sense to start with that number per entity because it might be encouraging some unnecessary overtime. I don't know how that process works today.
We have discussions on that a lot, and we came up with that report before the audit, and I hear what people say because some people might be awarding their overtime, their annual allotment, and I don't know if that's necessarily true. We'll be digging a heck of a lot deeper in the next coming weeks to see if that's the case, but I also feel at the same time, overtime is an expense, just like any other expense that we kind of have a budget for, that we want to make sure that we're managing towards that budget. If not to give them any kind of allotment of hours, I don't know how we would manage that collectively, like if we're going under or over. I mean, similar to like I have a contractual service budget, I have an equipment budget, we have a fleet budget every year that if I had no budget, would that make sense either? And we've gone back and forth on that. And there are some areas that I clearly can see that we're going to be tightening that belt. I'm going to be pointing, I'm going to be sharing, I'm going to be reporting, and hopefully we'll see some of these numbers come down in addition to some of the reform measures we're trying to put in place for this plan, for this share, Counselor.
Great, thank you. I know my colleague, Councillor Braden, has to go, so I just wanted to check. Councillor Braden, did you want to say a word before you left?
Thank you. I had one more question. It's just a question about out of town officers who come in for special events to do to police special events, vigils, etc. Like there was a recent vigil in JP that had officers from Braintree and Quincy, and I just don't know how is that accounted for in the budget, and how is that documented?
Do you mean outside officers from other municipalities?
Yes, that's correct.
It's almost like a mutual aid agreement that we have. We do the same thing, same courtesy for them. But right now, there's no reimbursement to those officers. The MOU is just more or less that we'll help out if you need us. And sometimes the only bills that we might get is maybe transportation costs if they have to bus the officers in, but no cost to the city of budget, the operating budget for that.
So they get overtime in their own municipality then for doing
I don't know how they are paid to come in for these events. Well, I'd have to kind of reach out to the other organizations or the folks that are in charge of NEMLIC and MetroLIC, but I don't know how they get paid and how they manage their resources either. So that would be a follow-up question that I would have to ask them.
And does the same go for our officers who attend offer mutual aid in one of those other municipalities? Do they get overtime for going to those? It's more likely that they come to us, but if our officers go to another municipality, would they get overtime in that situation?
Well, I don't know if the officers actually going to the situation would get the overtime, but if we had to replace them at the districts, we would have to incur the overtime there.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
thank you.
As you know, I think it's kind of lopsided in our favor. We don't really go for like any of the demonstrations, but what we offer for them is like, which they like if there's a bomb,
specialized units,
specialized units, or if someone's missing, we'll go help find someone. So if they need a dog, a police dog to find a person missing or whatever. That's the type of mutual aid that we reciprocated. But I don't ever recall us. I think maybe one time we went somewhere, but we very rarely go anywhere.
And I just want to point out, Council, the only time that we did reimburse the officers, which we were reimbursed for through FEMA, was the Boston Marathon incident that we had, the bombing, because we did have to use those sources and quite extensively, but that was the only time. But we were reimbursed for those costs as well through FEMA.
Good. That's clarified my question. Thank you. Thank you for your answers, and thank you for your service. And thank you, Councillor Bach.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Can I ask quickly just so the court time issues come up, and obviously it's come up recently in the press. And one of the things I've heard from folks who I know in sort of various, assistant district attorney roles is that there's a lot of variability in terms of departments around the metro region with whether, like, if there's a piece of evidence that they need, whether that gets walked over or whether it gets emailed over, and just that, like, that seems to be a discretionary decision that could be implicating some court time for us. And I'm just curious sort of what our policy is on that and how we fall relative to other departments. This is not when an officer is making a sworn statement, et cetera, right? This is like when there's a piece of evidence that maybe, could be printed or
email. Counselor, I don't know how you email a piece of evidence over, but I don't know what they're referencing, but
I think like recordings and emails,
recordings or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, whether somebody walks it on a CD-ROM or they send it as an attachment, Dropbox, that type of thing.
Oh, okay, so like photos or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't. Honestly, I can't answer that. I'd have to look into that question for you.
Okay. Yeah,
my thing is, I don't think we we regularly share that information with the DAs prior to the day of the case. So I don't see really that happening with us. I mean, has it happened that they couldn't get it through electronically? Possibly, but we're, prior, like Council Flynn said, like prior to any case, there's regular communication, particularly with the electronically now. Everyone has their phone, whatever. But I don't see that an issue. But I could be wrong, but I don't see that.
Yeah, I would just want to make sure that we have a practice of doing that digitally as much as possible instead of incurring any court overtime in order to walk things over that could be emailed. I got the impression like there's a pretty variable practice there from department to department. And then
I'd have to see that article, whatever you're referencing to, before I could really know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then I think just some of the other questions. So Councilor Wu raised earlier the issue about this city ordinance around limiting overtime, and I think understanding that and what its relevance is to the BPD case would be helpful. It might just be being preempted by the 1982 law that allows the spending by city emergency services over budget. I guess one question that we have on that front is, since technically that legislation says that you can spend above the annual appropriation for cases of extreme emergency, is that something where BPD certifies that, or is all police overtime taken to meet that standard?
I'm not aware of the original, whenever that was at 10%, and I'm not aware of the 1982.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably a question for council. So, yeah, and I think it would just be helpful in general to understand a little bit more about how this overtime scheduling works and detail scheduling works, and we'll send a few questions about that. And how the overtime's kind of broken down by districts in addition to these sort of event categories. But,
so again, that's all done by hours, like Superintendent White previously said, and the demand is basically on increasing, minimum manning levels, and then, if you're having a particular issue.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
And then I just wanted to ask, just again to confirm, so is it true that no captains have been directed to decrease their staffing levels in order to achieve these overtime savings yet?
They've been told, from what I understand, they've been told that we have to reduce the budget. So they have to look in their districts, they're part of the organization, and contribute to this goal. How they do it, is they have to, we don't have a choice. They have to do it. So I don't know how they're doing it, but I certainly don't, if you have critical needs, then you should maintain those critical needs. But, if there are community issues that need to be addressed, they should always be addressed, because we're never gonna, like I said, public safety is our number one goal. That's what it's all about. So.
Yeah, no, I'm more curious on how, for instance, that responsibility for everybody to kind of find savings has been allocated proportionally if it has? Because, for instance, I think the question of how much of the savings are we achieving through central office stuff, for like overtime in our departments outside of field services, like it affects how much you're asking the districts to do. So I'm just sort of curious what the direction.
I apologize, Council. Just to go back, like I said, they meet weekly with the superintendent, especially the captains. They meet on the deployment, and the chief is usually on that. And a lot of those things are discussed, and some of the issues that nobody has been told to cut service, but like Superintendent Hassan stated, we have to bring it into that realm. So sometimes the captain may elect to take a walking beat off and fill a service unit because of the minimum manning shortage. But everything that the captains are dealing with discussed with the bureau chief and the chief of the department. So nobody has been told to cut. They've been told to, like Superintendent Hassan, to bring the reins in to try to make up the shortfall all together. So, but everything is done through the bureau chief with the captains. They're supposed to confer with the bureau chief on their actions or what their plan is. And if there are some other needs that need to be taken, then again, like the super said, with the game cards and the community stuff, then there'll be adjustments made.
Thank you, Superintendent White. Yeah, no, and I think what I'm interested in is I think, there's different ways of we're going to need a lot of different ways to cut this much overtime. And some of them have to do with the kind of active management and the stuff that the captains could do. And some of it feels like the captains could use, like in terms of things like changing how you prevent people from running over their shifts and stuff. Like they could use help thinking through the procedural shift there. But it also feels like there's structural stuff like the civilianization and the way that we assign details. And then there's the kind of overall cost of the whole detail apparatus to us. And then there's structural stuff like how we're doing our policing and what calls are going to police. It just feels like we owe it to the folks on the front line to have a kind of macro strategy plan up at the top that says, oh, these are the pieces we're going to take care of for the really big.
And that's all Council, that's all being done. That's all being done. And it's like, so, and we're trying to support them the best we can to achieve, this isn't like all of us acting autonomously. This is a collective effort. We're not going to get it done, by one person or one strategy. This is many strategies and everybody participating, vigorously participating.
Absolutely. No. And I just think that, it may not be today, but I think what the council needs and what we're sort of intending to ask for in this hearing is like, what's that overall action plan at the command level? How does it all come together?
Yeah. Well, so we've kind of laid it out, with the, addressing the, some of those issues that we already talked about, the, people, the officers out injured and some of that's all. See, like I said, it all comes down to we need more bodies. That's what it all comes down to. And where do we get the bodies? That's the question. So we're looking at everywhere we can to find these bodies, to fill those cars, which will reduce the overtime.
Thank you. Do any of my I do have somebody here for public testimony, so I just want to see if any of my colleagues have a final question.
If I could just ask a couple of clarifying questions really quickly.
Sure, go ahead, Councilor Arroyo.
When I was speaking with officers, it was brought to my attention, and I would love to know if this is true, that E3, which represents, I believe it's either E3 or E5. Let me just make sure. That covers West Roxbury. Which one covers West Roxbury? Okay, so E5. That E5 at any given time has the least amount of officers in their district at any time?
That's probably true.
And and E5 covers the most amount of territory in the entire city as far as territory coverage?
Again, because it's that formula is predicated on calls for service.
And so
It's
they also
also-
have, what I was also told is they also have the lowest crime rate.
Correct. So it's really about not even the crime, it's about the cost of service, which equates to the crime rate. So, and then, and also the population, right? So you have to take those factors, because more population equals more cost of service, which equates to more crime, so you need more, that's how it works, yes. So
And so I
would have to agree with
I guess what I see in that, as we talk about overtime and more officers, is that the correlation between more officers and a lower crime rate, it's not that simple, right? There's a number of different factors in which we can lower crime rate and otherwise lower the amount of calls, because we see that example out of E5. That E5 has the lowest number of officers, the most amount of territory, and there's a number of different factors that make it so that they can maintain a low number of officers and have a low number of needs. And that kind of issue.
I don't think it's that straightforward. The number of officers, the low ops equals low crime. I think there's, again, multiple factors that lead to their cost of service, why it's less than the other parts of the city. But, if we could, figure out how to best address each district by itself, we could come up with the best police response then. So you really have to take every.
I hear what you're saying. What I'm seeing though out of that data, just to be clear about what I'm saying, there's a call for more officers. I've heard it multiple times, and that maybe we look at everything and that's actually what has to happen. But what I also am very cognizant of is that the areas in the city that currently are doing well when it comes to crime rate, when it comes to not necessarily having that many officers within the district or within that territory, there's not necessarily a direct relation between the amount of officers on the force or on the beat and crime. That there's a number of different factors responsible for that, but that police specifically are not necessarily the factor that causes less crime, just based on the example of E5.
Right. Well, the thing is we start with the cost of service, and that's what determines the number of personnel. That determines the minimum manning. It's the cost of service, not the other way around.
All right. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how these decisions get made within, who needs more, who needs less, and how we decide those things, and what other things are responsible for. I think you guys get tasked with a lot. I think the idea that policing is responsible for either sharp increases in crime or sharp decreases in crime is sort of simplifying the point. And so, I look forward to having really deep conversations about ways in which we can lighten the load and take police off of calls in which they may not need to. For instance, car accidents. I'm not necessarily sure why we would necessarily need to use officers for that as opposed to something else. But aspects of the job in which perhaps we can take some off your plate, which could help lower overtime costs and just general work time.
I agree with you, Council. We'll work with the mayor's office with that, and
I appreciate that. Thank you all for your time.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor O'Malley and then Councilor Mejia. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if you can see, but I know Councilor Flynn has had his hand up as well as actual physical hand. But just briefly, thank you all. I know we're getting close to 4 hours at this point. So I just wanted to follow up on something Superintendent Hassan, you had said when Lisa was talking about the administration fees, sort of private entities having to pay the city for overtime shifts, and I'm assuming this would be like Fenway Park would probably come under this, right? Does the Red Sox organization or the management pay the city for police officers on duty? Like that's what you meant, Lisa, right?
It's reimbursable overtime, so it's basically, you know, if it's a public safety need. I want to say like some of the I'm trying to think of the theater district where there are some venues down there, which I'm sure we don't have anymore right now because of COVID. But you know, if there was a clear public safety need that it just wouldn't warrant details, it's guaranteed that that officer would be there covering that area for whatever reason, and that the vendor wanted that. We couldn't necessarily guarantee it was could be covered under police detail, but it served the public safety that we needed officers there for whatever reason.
So it's more, because it's kind of like the discretion of the venue operator as opposed to.
But I also think they have discussions too with the superintendent. Like for example, I'll give you this: the skating club. They had the skating championship or the finals there at the skating club over in Alston. And I know that when there's an event like that, I think Superintendent Ridge or some of representatives for Superintendent Ridge will go to these, you know, pre-planning meetings, and they determine whether or not is there a public safety need that you have to have officers there.
Gotcha.
And in this case, the you know, I know Superintendent Ridge was like, you don't really need to have officers here, so they went with police details instead. But in some cases, they mutually agree as to why there's a public safety need.
Gotcha.
And the reimbursable overtime just ensures that officers will be there because many details go unfilled in the city of Boston.
Counselor, basically because the details are voluntary and the overtime, you can make it mandatory. So a real good example is any given Red Sox game, it's all strictly voluntary. The need may not be as critical, but when the Yankees come into town, it becomes critical. So they'll shift that over to the overtime, reimbursable overtime, so they can ensure that they have enough police coverage to keep everyone safe.
In the Red Sox organization or the Fenway Park or whomever, a private entity will reimburse the city for that, and the city gets an administration fee. Is that like a % of the total, or is it?
It's 10% of the total. It's in the state law for that. The only way we don't charge the administration fee if it's from one municipality to another or to government to government.
Gotcha. And do utilities come under that as well when Eversource or National Grid is doing work and needs a police detail? Does the utility pay the city, or is that?
Oh, they pay the city. They pay the city for us paying the officers, and then they pay in addition to that the 10% admin fee, which goes directly into the general fund. And that admin fee is to use the resources behind the collection efforts, Treasury, everybody else who's involved in that detail process.
No, I'm with you, and this is my long-winded way of getting to this could be another avenue as it relates to, you know, addressing some of the costs. The fact that we do generate a revenue with, and I'm not saying that we should then have more, but when you were talking about this, Superintendent, you had mentioned something about except when the vendor doesn't pay. So this is the crux of my question. Have we had issues? I'm sure we have, but how big of a problem is it of a vendor contracting with, you know, working with the local police captain or the superintendent level to request a paid detail that they will then reimburse the city and then not reimburse the city? Obviously, these officers still get paid by us, so it seems like
it is, and we've had numerous meetings with Treasury, with the folks at City Hall in inspectional services. Is that I think actually they're actually having an RFP right now where they're looking at like a global collections effort for the city of Boston. I'm not sure where we are with that, but basically, like, it would be great if, and I think we're trying to get there is like, how does every department talk to each other? So for example, I come in and I want a police detail, but yet I haven't paid my excise tax or my property tax. So like we need triggers to send out those signals. There are instances where they have a permit to dig, and if they have that permit to dig, even though they might owe us money, we still have to send officers there because depending on where they're digging, if it's a public intersection, a dangerous intersection, we need that detail there. So that's, it's just so they got the permit before we got to like talk to the folks in permitting or inspectional services to say, hey, then they come up to the police headquarters or down to Treasury to pay their bill before we issue another permit. We've made great strides on improving that process, and we've worked with Drew Smith, and Drew's come over here a couple of times just to learn about our collections efforts, because I think we do a great job at collections, but I know that that's a goal of the city, is to have like a global collection. So to kind of tighten up these areas where there are some delinquent vendors who just don't pay. And I have a tendency not to want to write any of these funds off, because my feeling is if they're still a viable vendor, we should do every effort we can to collect those funds. I will not write them off.
Yeah,
Regardless of how old they
appreciate
are.
that. Absolutely agree with you 100%. Do you have any idea, ballpark, how much sort of delinquent funds are owed to us as it relates to detail?
I can certainly get that information, because we do have those reports, but I also got to say, since we brought our receivables onto the city's books, I want to say that was back in 2013, we have made some great strides in how we invoice, how we collect. And like I said, the folks do a great job.
Absolutely, and then I know your level, your great work ethic and reputation, Lisa. I guess is it in the millions? Do you think, or is it the hundreds of thousands? Because you're right. My questioning is this another revenue stream as we're looking specifically about this budget, looking at $12 to $24 million in actual savings? Is this an opportunity to chip away at some of that, just and what's past due?
Well, we do chip away on it, and I can give you some stats of like where we started when we converted our balance over to the city and where we are now with delinquents. It's huge, but also too that our collection efforts is really not. The offices have been paid. We need to get those collections efforts to go back to the city, because the city already paid that expense on our behalf.
No, that's right.
Yeah, that 10%.
That would be great. I'm sorry.
That 10% administrative fee covers a lot of those losses that we experience.
Agreed, but if there's a way
we still want our money.
Those losses and still get that 10% fee, I think that would address a
No,
lot.
I think that's great. I mean, we had one vendor on our books for a long time, and I refused to write off the balance. It was pretty expensive. It was like $400,000, but. Wow. Unfortunately, we ended up having to write it off because the business and the vendor had actually died, and the business went under. So our collection efforts, and then we transferred that balance. Even though we might write it off, it might be on Treasury's radar screen if there's any kind of recourse on that debt as part of the settlement of the estate. But I don't know on that end.
Good. Thank you all. I'll just, for my closing statement, thank you, Madam Chair and Councillor Campbell, for your partnership on this. Look forward to the continuing work and conversation. Thank you, everybody, for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. Councillor Mejia and then Councillor Flynn. Councillor Mejia?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor O'Malley, for taking my line of questions to a whole nother level, because I was really intrigued by that detail. So I'm glad that you were able to make something of it and something that we can all try to figure out how this looks. But I'm curious now. As soon as Councillor Arroyo asked the question about West Roxbury as opposed to other districts, I'm just curious about how these situations get determined. I'm looking at the crime rate in Dorchester versus the crime rate in West Roxbury. And is that how you guys determine who shows up to a beat? Like, I'm just curious now. I'm just really curious about that.
Councilor, it's the calls for service that would determine that. So obviously, more calls for service, whether it's for benign issues or issues of crime, but they all wrapped up into that same ball. It's the demand for a police officer to arrive. So
I know, but I guess what I'm struggling with, though, is that in neighborhoods like Dorchester, Roxbury, and Mattapan, where the call rates are is there a log somewhere? Because I just feel like in neighborhoods where we see more attraction, I would think that that's probably where the demand would necessarily need to go to, right?
yeah, and that's what they plan accordingly. That's what. So like in West Roxbury, would have one transport wagon, one rapid response, which is 2 officers, and 4 service units, which is 1 officer in each vehicle, and then I think 1 walk can beat in Rosendale Square. Where I was the captain in Roxbury, I had 4 rapid responses, which was 2-man units, 1 or 2 transport wagons, and 9 service units, and then couple of walking beats. I had up in Mission Hill, I had Dudley Square, I had Upham's Corner, and I had Grove Hall. So, and that that's all part of the minimum manning.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk to
It's based on the cost.
Yeah, I'm still unclear with
I'm
that,
sorry.
but go ahead.
No, yeah, and that's all based on the number of calls from, calls for service and population, requests from, political people, whether city councils or state reps, and all these things go into the equation.
Okay. So then I'm just also curious in terms of some of I know that Councilor Flynn talked about the community resource officers that participate in civic association meetings. Is it possible to send someone else aside from a police officer to do just the recap of that? I'm just trying to think of another way for us to save some money here.
Sure. I mean, we could. I think the community loves seeing them, like Council Flynn alluded to.
I know, but I'm just trying to think of a budget. So if there was someone like, someone who is newer in the job, and it could be a great learning opportunity for them to learn on the job and kind of show up in these civic association meetings so that they can build, like these millennials that you were talking about. This would be a good opportunity for some of the newer folks to walk into those spaces and just to get some hands-on training on what it's like to work with the civic associations. It's just an idea that we can consider in terms of trying to figure out how we can cut a little bit of corners here and there. And then in regards to, and this will be the last question that I have, and I'm just really curious about, I'm still struggling with the whole notion of West Roxbury. I'm just curious about the people who do show up on the scene in terms of overtime. Do we know what neighborhoods have the highest, for the officers that do live in Boston? Do we know which districts have the highest percentage of police officers who are utilizing the overtime budget? Do we know where they live, basically? I know, I'm just curious about where.
Yeah, well, yeah, we know where.
Yeah, so is that data available anywhere? Is that something that we can actually see? Do most of the folks who are utilizing overtime live in Dorchester, West Roxbury? Do we have a sense of where the overtime dollars are,
No, we never really, I don't think we've ever done that analysis or query. Lisa, have we? We've never done that, right?
No, it would be taking pieces of information from different queries and pivoting off that data to see if that you could do like some kind of VLOOKUP. I mean, it would be taking information from different sources to get that information and to see if there's any kind of correlation anywhere for that.
Yeah.
I do know that you get 100% commitment from the officers that do show up, because most of these people are very committed to doing a great job keeping everybody safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And then my last question is in regards to, I know you guys talked a lot about district counselors, and I'm an at-large, so, I don't have anything specific to my district, but I do live in Dorchester, and I grew up in Dorchester. And I'm just curious in terms of just the training and professional development. Are there opportunities where you're talking about how we could be more fiscally responsible about how we manage the budget? Do you guys include the officers in that conversation during their professional development training? Is there like do they understand what we're trying to do here in general?
We don't necessarily, we relay the information down, but as they move up the ladder, we certainly bring them into the conversation. But if someone has a particular expertise, because like I said, a lot of these younger officers are, highly educated, and they do have, they're coming from various roles, in previous roles they've held, and they have expertise. And when we find out that they do, we tap into any resource that we can to help us navigate these times.
I won't hold you all hostage any longer. This has been a pretty long hearing. So thank you, Councilor Bach, for hosting, and thank you, Superintendent and Lisa and the rest of your team for participating in this process. We really do appreciate your service and all that you do for the city of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I am mindful very much of the time, and I know we do have one very patient member of the public, so I want to let Councilor Flynn go and then wrap things up. Councilor Flynn?
Thank you, Councilor Block. I'll be very quick. I represent a district that probably has the most homeless shelters of any district in the city. I know we have a home crisis, a housing crisis, and ongoing drug crisis in the city and in the country. As it relates to the South End, I represent a large portion of the South End along with Councilor Janey and Councilor Baker. My question is the teams that go out talking to the homeless from the mayor's office of recovery, along with the Pine Street Inn employees in the Boston Police under Captain Sweeney. The police do a tremendous job of working with the homeless community, working closely with the housing advocates, with Jim Green or with the recovery services, with the Pine Street Inn. Captain Sweeney has an excellent plan as it relates to also the Mass Ave, Albany Street area, Southampton Street. But would those types of cuts take place in the police as it impacts the job that the police are doing, working closely with the homeless community, with those dealing with substance use issues? But the police are making great progress working as a group. I just wouldn't want to see that type of progress be delayed or fall off. Is there any comments you might have on the outreach to our homeless?
Yep. So that's a lot of the. There are not going to be any cuts down there. In fact, we're going to increase our focus. We're going to, with that $2 million for the best team counselors, we're going to try to get more counselors in there. One strategy is to use those funds to potentially put a best counselor up at operations and start. We have to train our 911 call takers and divert some of the other calls towards that best team clinician to triage and try to handle calls up there. But getting back to Mass and Cass, we're gonna working with Deputy Stratton. We're developing in the mayor's office, developing a strategy to highly focus in on getting the people the help that they need down there.
Thank you, Superintendent. That's good to know. I think the police in the South End do a great job working with the residents and the neighborhood organizations. So that's critical work they are doing. So thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Block.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn, and thank you to all my colleagues for joining today and asking so many questions, and to all of you, Superintendent Hassan, Superintendent White, and Ms. O'Brien, for being with us. I do really appreciate all the work that has gone into this, and I think to Superintendent Hassan's point, I do see a lot of strategies here on the table. I just think that the council and this committee specifically is going to continue to be really focused on the question of how do those things come together to actually result in these savings. And I think what are the broader questions about how we police? Because we've been talking today about calls for service, and I think one of the things I certainly hear from people is, you do have real divides in the city of, on the one hand, you've got folks really frustrated that when we don't solve non-fatal shootings, and on the other hand, you've got folks who feel like a bunch of those calls for service are people policing them just being in their neighborhood. And so I think, the more that we can focus our law enforcement resources on the really critical law enforcement priorities, and away from some of the stuff that undermines trust in our community. I think that there's an opportunity here that's driven by a fiscal question, but can also turn into more of a policy question. And I should also say that I think for the Ways and Means Committee, another question, and this will be a thrust to some of the follow-up we send over, is to understand what are the things, I mean, when we talk about civilianization, when we talk about changing shifts, like what are the things that, again, that are within the commissioner and the command staff's power to do tomorrow? And what are the things that require changes in the collective bargaining agreement? Because as the Municipal Research Bureau referenced, we are in a bargaining year, and I think for the council, it's important to be putting for us to be figuring out how we get to a successful structural model all across the board. And if that takes bargaining changes, we need to know that. And we need to figure out things that we can do this year that don't require those kinds of changes to get to success. So I know this is going to be an ongoing conversation, and I really appreciate all of your time today.
Thank you.
And with that, I just want to recognize we have a member of the public, Dave Weimer, who I'm going to move over, who's been waiting for this full 4 hours. So before I move to public testimony, sorry, I should just check if anyone from the department wanted to say anything before we go there. All set? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. David, as I said at the very start of this hearing, if you can state your name and affiliation or residence, and keep your comments brief, that would be great. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Buck. So my name's David Weimer. I live in Alston, and I organize with the Building Up People, Not Prisons campaign. And yeah, I appreciate everyone's attention. It's been a long hearing, and accounting for overtime in the Boston Police Department is a matter not just of economics, but also of moral and legal accountability. And so when I read stories about travesties like Operation Clean Sweep and this extensive use of overtime, I see a department that seems to think that the rules don't apply to them, and a city government that, on the whole, for the past 15 years has been content not holding them accountable with their total budget consistently exceeding appropriation. And a lot of the conversation today has been based on this idea of minimum staffing. And I think Councilor Arroyo brought up some of this as well, but a call to 911, say, is not in itself a demand for police. Many in our communities are challenging the logic that police presence on streets translates to a safer and thriving city. And we do not need more bodies. We need fewer police doing less so that we can fund the real needs of our communities. In particular, we need better transparency. We've heard a lot about the average 94 officers that need replacement every day. But in 2019, based on payroll data, we can infer that 717 sworn officers averaged at least 10 hours of overtime per week. The 2015 audit also specifically called out specialty units for routine use of overtime, which may be hidden in the extended and additional tour data covered today. But without that transparency, the public really has nothing to go on except those payroll numbers. And we've heard these mentioned a couple times, but I want to highlight them, that the interpretation of two laws that in particular show the lack of accountability in economic context. First, as Councillor Wu mentioned, is City Ordinance 6-1.12b, which limits city employees' overtime to 10% of their regular salary. Yet 2003 BPD employees made more than 10% of their combined regular pay. So I used it calculating regular injury and other pay in overtime in 2019. This creates a sense that the police are not accountable to our normal laws. Moreover, enforcing justice ordinance would free up $50 million to move out of the police department to fund community-led approaches to addressing and transforming harm in our city. More troubling, as Councillor Bach alluded to, is how the city seems to interpret the 1982 trigger legislation. That amendment to the city charter allows expenses above appropriations for, and I quote, cases of extreme emergency involving the health or safety of the people or their property. But what is the rationale for what constitutes extreme emergency? Fundamentally, the way we've interpreted this law makes the police department unaccountable. Without a stricter interpretation of this law, what would stop the department from just ignoring any cuts the city chooses to make to the budget, to decide, like they did with so many of the stops during Operation Clean Sweep, that they can act with impunity, financial, legal, and moral? I'm here to ask you to bring transparency to these overtime expenses, to shift resources away from a department that consistently avoids accountability, and to take seriously your accountability to the people most harmed by the police department and to the needs of the city as a whole. Thank you.
Sorry, I realized I was muted. Thank you, Mr. Weimer, for your testimony. Thank you again to all of the BPD staff who are with us today, and the budget staff, and also to central staff for managing this very long hearing, especially Carrie Jordan. And thanks again to my colleagues. So with that, this hearing of the Boston City Council's Ways and Means Committee is adjourned. Thank you all.